Okay, good morning, chat. To day 5 of the Barbarian. We made him work the official Bleed Quake Barb, where we're jumping around for 44% damage, and the Earth Spikes are going to be poking our opponents in the booty, while then with the aspect of Berserk Ripping, we're essentially stacking up tons of bleed. And now, as I said, let's go for the actual gameplay loop, which is flying around, rupturing the enemies, and then just keep flying and never stop. Like, right, yell. On we go. Everyone is bleeding. Stomp them. More quakes. Yell. More quakes. Rip him again. Everyone dead already. Stun them. Leave more behind. Everyone gets the bleed explosion. And that's like what we're doing. And against the boss, it's even more severe, because against the boss you can finally stack up the quakes. When against these rebel nerds here, we're not really stacking up our quakes. Stun them so they don't hurt you. Everything dies. Actually, they could heal back up again. We kind of have to kill them handish. See, this is the brilliant fun. And that's how you play everything, right? Like tier 100 dungeon, PID, whatever. Stun them all. And the damage is higher than ever because we're actually using Retribution right now. And Retribution gives us another 30% multiplicative damage to stunned opponents. I stun them all, and essentially you rupture them, and they all take like the super bleed burst. So we're going to take bigger damage for being in my Leap Quake, where I get the damage multiplier up to 100% or 120%, right? Because that's the thing. I managed to stack at my highest 12 quakes. I couldn't go over 12 yet. I think I need more Masterworking for this. But 12 quakes was easily possible. My favorite part is where you're literally just not even waiting for things to die, right? Until you're already on the next horizon. And we're doing it without a potion right now because I really want to mainly farm without potions. I don't have the money to just farm with potions all the time. And yes, all those die. If you like wonder, do they actually die behind you? They do. There's no need to wait around for that, right? Because your bleed is just proccing for so big values. So now we're gonna stomp. That's an instance of stun. We're gonna knock him. Another instance of stun. Stomp. So we currently have 6. That's 7 stacked. Could you stop walking backwards, sir? We can stop so we can get more quakes stacked on top of each other. Yell, another quake. Yell, another quake. Another quake. That's 8. So 8 is 80% bonus damage, right? And then boom, dead. Did I look like I had a problem, like at any point, right? Where we're like, we could die. No, we couldn't. It's an axe. It's bad. Grins, I managed with a rogue today to clear a tier 100 in 2 minutes and 25 seconds, guys. Michael, I'm doing great. TBX, howdy, how are you doing? So in 2 minutes and 25 seconds with a rogue. That was, I don't know what that was. And now we're essentially trying to masterwork every weapon up once so I get more Quake duration, because that's the thing. The more masterwork I do right now, the more Quakes I'm getting, the better it is. So that's like me currently farming 100. So what we have to do is we have to actually test Lilith as well. Because I feel like with all my Quakes, we should actually be doing Lilith better than ever. I don't know if her HP got nerfed. But what I want to try before, right? Before I actually go anywhere. Are there builds with Doombringer this season? Yes, there is a Necro build technically that could be playing Doombringer. I think there's a Barb build that's using Doombringer as well as a bonus damage reduction, actually, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't like Thorn's Barb using Doombringer to have like a bonus of damage reduction? I'm not 100% certain. There's definitely a few who've been utilizing Doombringer in a nice way. Annoying nerds, you're all dying. So Doombringer is definitely possible to be used. It's not unheard of. I mean, again, Doombringer is still like, due to the nature of how the item works, it's not the, yeah, it's just Doombringer, you know? I know a lot have Doombringer and are always excited to like use the Uber uniques they got, but not all Uber uniques are equal, right? It's not like the Harlequin Crest, which is like good on everything essentially. Can I be pain to explain the retribution? I heard the damage from this aspect is nuts due to the double dipping. Double dipping means that it's happening twice. So right now the retribution aspect is being calculated twice. So it's not like a 30% bonus, it's actually a 60% bonus. That's it. And that's what the double dipping refers to. Whatever that is, it is just what it is. Okay, so that is just like literally what it is. So it's not like anything fancy you have to do yourself. It's just, you know, it exists. Did you see that bleed explosion and everything just died? That's the fun part, right? And this is again like without having like the 5,000 like super critical strikes. So this is literally the build in scuffed, no greater affixes, everything like missing 1,000% critical strike damage and so on, right? And yet we're already doing this. Oh, that was greedy. That was greedy of me. I shouldn't have ran into the full lightning shebang, right? But I'm going to do it again. Watch me do it again. Mainly because screw you, you stupid snakes. I hate you. Now they're just going to bleed to death. I mean, it doesn't help that my elemental resistances are not maxed. And yes, my elemental resistances are not maxed, Chan. Why would they be? Why would I need maxed elemental resistances for a tier 100 pin? That makes no sense. I mean, are you even listening to yourself, right? Are you even listening to he died? that can lead occasionally to unfortunate, you know, circumstances when you're being a bit too greedy. It would help though to figure it out. Should I level up the glyphs to 21? You have every glyph on 21 or are we throwing hands? Glyphs on 21 is literally free damage. Why is it free damage? Because you're using all these skills. You're having all the glyphs activated, right? So suddenly we're standing in 8 quakes. That means 80% damage bonus, chat, to what I'm dealing currently, right? 9 quakes. He almost instant died. My goal is like to go up to 15 quakes currently. But for that, I'll need some more cowbell. So if you have them to 21, for example, my vulnerable glyph gives me 60% bonus damage, and if it's on 21, it's 80% bonus damage. So that's a free 20% more damage, right? With lucky hit days, you're proccing the aspect via stunning enemies. Yes, I am currently myself playing the aspect of retribution on this character because I have a lot of stagger happening too. So I'm essentially just getting more stagger. I need a sword, a two-handed sword with a greater affix, because mine doesn't have a greater affix. That greater affix should not be Slaying Strike. What's Slaying Strike? Brute Force, Heavy-Handed, Wall-Up, Hit Fighter, Mercy, Slaying Strike. Useless. I know a lot are actually taking bonus damage to injured enemies to be like better on the last 35%. It's an interesting strategy to go for. Where they're like, by the way, these are my resistances, chat, currently. Kind of sad, right? I can boost those resistances up partially by masterworking things higher. I could also do something in the paragon board, but honestly, I'm just fine, right? I could take an instance. Like if I really want to get this up, right? We're gonna try to get here the, what is it? Here, increase all elemental resistances by 10. Done. Right? If I really want it, but I don't have the angel breath to even craft this. Main problem, we don't have the angel breath to craft this. Let's take a critical strike damage bonus thingy, right? So that would increase my critical strike chance. That should make me even faster going through the pit. Why are we not doing deeper pits? Because 100 should be enough. I'm trying to get another Stygian stones currently that we could actually do another tormented boss to see like how much better, how better it's working. After getting all my glyphs to 21, there's no need to be doing tier 100. Yes, that's the point. You get all your glyphs to 21, and then you'll never ever touch Nightmare Dungeons again, because there is just absolutely no need to touch Nightmare Dungeons ever again. Okay, get him to 21, get him knocked out, and then you're donezo. That's what you want to do. Step number 1. Oh, Velo, I'm fine, thank you. I don't want to buy anything, you know. I find stuff or I don't find stuff, and that's it. But thank you for offering. My money still has to last. The last money I'll ever get. Look at them just getting so much bleed that they all die. Oh, this is so funny. I'm a fan of like just leaving bleeding nerds behind. Wait, let's bleed them all. And yes, if you jump, by the way, they die. I can open Uber Lilith for you if you like. No, I should be able to get the materials just in the next jiffy, right? I mean, we have time. I need materials anyways, so we need to do the pit anyways, right? And we need to like get used to be playing this build anyways. I definitely want to do deeper pits today too. So I want to see like if I can actually do a pit 120 with this. If I can do a pit 110. I think a pit 110 is definitely possible. For that, we'll have to do some Helltide to essentially get some Angel Breath back today. Even though the Barbarian is definitely like, when it comes down to Helltide farming, nothing beats the Rogue. It's actually incredible how strong the Rogue is in that regard. I mean, mainly because it's a ranged build. So, I mean, obviously a ranged build will be better than a melee build. Surprise, who would have guessed? Right? Who would have guessed that a ranged build would outperform a melee build? When you can essentially just outrange everyone. Hmm? Not me. Shocketh. Shocketh, chat. Oh, you're all in corner? That's great that you're all in the corner. Jesus, they got so much... Oh, this is the fastest we're through. Wow, we're almost sub 3 minutes. No! Faster! Achievement router! I need more Quakes! More Quakes! Oh, I'm gonna go back into my Quakes. No! Okay, it was like 3 minutes and somewhat. I was trying to do it faster. How's the build hold up in Helltide? I mean, like, it's fantastic in Helltide, but due to not being like an area build like Whirlwind, it's obviously not as good as Whirlwind in Helltide. The thing is, due to playing the Harlequin Crest, I could literally just put Whirlwind in instead of Rend, and that's it, right? In a good implementation of range versus melee, the melee should have the DPS and health advantage, and range should have more clear. Well, it's simple in Helltides, right? Helltides is below content in terms of survival, so there's only DPS essentially asked, and since the rogue just has more DPS because it doesn't have to walk where the Barb has to walk, the rogue just simply wins that equation, right? It's like, that's like no question. Like, you don't have to walk to your opponents, you just shoot them. You're surprisingly faster in killing them, right? Shocketh. Who would have guessed that it's gonna be working that way? I like that we're essentially just stomping everyone. And they're stunned, so you're walking into these nerds like here, a bunch of elites, right? And the first thing you do is stomp, and they're stunned, and then you just pull the rupture out, and they're dead. And if anyone wants to follow you, be my guest. They're running into your next stomp, stun, bleed, whatever shenanigan, and they die. Stomp, rupture. And you're all bleeding to death. Bleeding to death too. There's such a relaxing gameplay loop. When in comparison to the Whirlwind, right? We played Whirlwind yesterday, and we're like spam, click, click, right? It wasn't fun, Chan. It was really no fun. God, was it annoying. I know everyone's so excited for playing Whirlwind, but Jesus Christ, leave your fingers off Whirlwind. It's just sadness. There are a bunch of elites here. Oh yeah, there. Hello, bunch of elites. Where are you going? Well, that dude just exploded. Literally exploded. Hello. Dear priest, how are you doing? You and your friends all are dying to the bleed. Mostly focus on the elites and not on the rabble, because they essentially they die like from the proxy bleed, if that makes sense, right? You don't actually have to kill them, because they're just inside the bleed area, and that kills them. Brutus, thank you very much for your support, Brutus. Appreciation, happy to have you there. Frenzy only. We tried Frenzy. We tried looking at Frenzy. But I have to say, like, Rend is love. I like the aesthetics of the skill of essentially just waving your sword back and forth. By the way, we currently have to backtrack because there wasn't enough opponents here. Yikes. Hasn't happened in a while in one of these spaces. What's the fastest way from 90 to 100? You should only do Nightmare Dungeons, yes, and you're looking for Nightmare Dungeon events. Why are you looking for Nightmare Dungeon events? Because they give you the most XP possible. But not only that, by the way, yes, my Quakes are staying forever, Chad. So they're not only giving you the most XP possible, you also want all your glyphs level 21. So that's the other big reason. Aha, you got leaped on, bro. Whirlwind feels weaker than your old Bash. It should. Whirlwind is not suddenly stronger than Bash. That one gets kept for harder days, right? in case we'll need it. So Whirlwind will not suddenly be better than Bash. Bash is still better. That has a lot to do how the Bash damage is double dipping into certain effects, right? You know? Is the build better than the double swing? Yes, this build is superior to the double swing. The double swing was really, really fun to do, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And it should clear also pit 100s now very easy. But this one is just like everything I learned from the double swing into a better build, if that makes sense. The main reason why it's better is simply because we're stacking the Quakes. So we're going for what Thorns is. You know what a Thorns build does? A Thorn build essentially tries to stack all these Quakes on top of each other to do a lot of damage with all these Quakes, right? And we're now doing the same with the difference that we are not using Thorns, because why would we wait for someone to hit us when we could essentially do the hitting ourselves? So same principle, just stack like these pools of everything. And then we're just adding a ton of bleed with this. And the fun part is that all the earth spikes that are coming out of the stomp and all the earth spikes that are coming out of the leap, that actually these earth spikes are feeding the berserk ripping. This is something we experimented with yesterday because I wanted to know, does it feed the berserk ripping? Okay, does it make the actual thing work? Because if it does, right, it should be going crazy. And it does go around, and it does make it work. And Jesus, I hate you when you're back here and I can't get to you. I'll just jump in there. And if you're fighting then against a boss and you're essentially having like 15 seconds of the you're having 15 seconds of the thingy. Oh, Jesus. You have 15 seconds of your spikes like continuously go into the opponent. That's just beautiful. Because it works, you know? Okay, all you ranged nerds, I don't like it when you're all ranging me, so we're just gonna go in there and eat them all. And then you have essentially like 10 Quakes on top of each other, and you have 10 times for 15 seconds plus all the things. Just keep stacking up into your bleed. That's funny. And that's where you then get like the cool like big ruptures going. I don't actually know how much damage we're doing with Rupture. And yes, Bash still bleeds harder. Yes, if you want to play Bash, you bleed harder with Bash. But I don't want to play Bash because I like Rent more. Right? If you want to play that Bash stuff, you can do that. I prefer the fun with the leap stuff. And right now we're doing actually like the first version of this build was a bit safer, but I made it a bit unsafer because right now we're playing essentially with Rallying Cry and War Cry because I wanted to have more damage, right? So I put a War Cry in instead of a Rallying Cry to get even more damage out of it. Instead of a Challenging Shout. So you could also go for Challenging Shout, right? Challenging Shout has the advantage of getting you like the damage reduction. But I didn't like that. You know, I didn't want to have more damage reduction. I want more damage. Is the boss health noticeably lower? Yes. If you weren't able to do a pit 100, you're now going to be... No, well, so let me iterate on this. So a pit 100 boss is absolutely beatable now, but the enemies are still doing the same amount of damage. So they didn't nerf the amount of damage the enemies do, which I think is important. Like the damage you're being dealt to still feels like a lot, right? So the boss echoes would still kill you. So if you suck and if your build sucks, then you're still going to die in a pit 100, right? But you're now also able to do more damage to the bosses than ever. So you might die the same amount of time, but you're also doing more damage. Which means if you were lacking the damage and you had the survivability, you should be fine. If you were lacking both, then you're going to be screwed regardless, right? So this is what you have to work on now, or you have to figure out what you have to work on, right? You're more preparing for your Elden Ring DLC playthrough. I'm fully prepared for that. More leaves. More leaves. More leaves. Even more leaves. Chan. More leaves. More leaves. More leaves. More leaves. So and all of this again, all of this goes into the bleed, right? All of this just goes into the bleed. Every single leap, every single earthquake that's still going on. Into the leap. I got a shaker from Tormented Zerb. Let's go. That's what we like to see. Random shakos everywhere. You should be, if you completed a tier 100, you should be farming tier 100s now. I mean, tier 100s feel like so good. Let's do, by the way, a quick 100 because we wanted to do the last boost to our Leviathan Small. Should be easy. We need to do the last boost to our exploit glyph to 100. Then we do more damage than ever. Can I change Frenzy from the Thorn build with Bash for boss fights in the pit? What do you mean? You can't change during the push. So if you start the dungeon with Frenzy, you cannot change it in between, or do you mean just in general for the build? But this is a 100, by the way, right? Like we did a 100 pit boss, by the way, and it was funny. Like he died almost in a one hit. Chan, it's funny what you could deal to him. I don't know if this one actually... Does the Gulran Canals have a boss? Or no, it was killing the eyes, right? No, Leviathan Small, Leviathan Small, Leviathan Small. Doesn't have a boss, if I'm not mistaken. Right? You spawn Duriel without completing the campaign. No, you have to complete... I think you have to complete the campaign for a lot of things. But why would you want to spawn Duriel if you haven't even completed the campaign? But like, different question. Why would you want to spawn Duriel if you haven't even completed the campaign? Right? Oh yeah, this didn't. This doesn't Leviathan Small after this phase here have a boss? No, I think it's over after this. Oh, it's gonna be bad. I wanted to kill a pit 100 at tier 100 boss because it's like so funny to see them actually die. like with the speed they do. Do not interact with the well, chat. You don't know if it's cursed, and you would have to do a cursed well then. No one wants to do that. Imagine being forced to do a... First well and a 100 that you just want to like run through. Oh, there's a unique. Another boots. We're just getting the 1,000 steps again. Arf has like, so it's actually like everyone complains that Necro is not using any uniques, right? But Barb's has like so many uniques, and the only thing you're looking for is Uber uniques, and the rest just doesn't matter to you, right? But that's like literally the thing. Like you're only looking for Uber uniques. You know, you don't even care for the rest, right? Poor Barb uniques just being completely ignored. They actually exist. I mean, what's Barb gonna do? You know? Okay, we got this done. Exploit. 1, 2, done. This is the last one we needed because now we have our bonus up to 57%. Dankeschön. Dankeschön. Oh, Pingords are gauntlets. True. But they're not a Barb unique. They're an all unique. Right? I mean, Pain Gorgeous is not a Barb exclusive unique. That's like an everyone's unique, kind of. Well, I finally get a upgrade to one of my aspects. Oh, Leap is finally fully fleshed out. Yes. I've been waiting for you. Jesus. I get so many aspects that are still not. Right? Completely. Like my stomp here. Earthquake aspect. I have a 13 out of 16, which is actually scam. I have it fully. I want to masterwork. Technically, I should masterwork this one to the fullest first. It's actually the critical strike items here that I should all upgrade. There's more crit. Like this is essentially what profits me the most, right? More crit, more everything. Essentially, just need more critical strike at this point. Are you watching the European Championship? No, I am not watching any kind of sports, to be honest. I'm also way too busy. So after I'm done streaming, I still have business stuff to do, right? I'm essentially creating videos for the vacation. I'm spending time with my children, trying to, you know, keep the house active, have a garden. There's like no time as a house owner sitting down and watching some TV. I mean, house owner and self-employed person. You're not gonna be spending much time with these things in life, right? You're gonna have other stuff to do. And especially the house owner part is eating so much time too. A blessing in disguise, but once you fix one issue, there's the next issue cropping up. Right? And once you finish the first gardening project, there's the next gardening project already. And then as a self-employed person, there's always something to do. Now, this is not me complaining. This is exactly the life I enjoy doing. I mean, as someone who is very driven and not like I'm just gonna sit down here and not do anything for 10 minutes person. Ain't happening, right? There's always something to do. Right? Oh, there was still fire on the ground. Jeez, didn't even see that. Just as felt the garden. I mean, we have a lot of stone in our garden, so it's not like it's enough green, but it's also enough stone. There's still even if you have a lot of stony areas, I mean, there's still all these weeds that are growing through it, right? All the shit you got to take care of, still there. But you know, it's kind of like, it's how I enjoy life. But yeah, that doesn't leave much time for these things. But I'm also not very sports interested, to be honest. I'd rather read a book, you know? If I do then have time to like sit down and relax a bit, then I'm gonna pull out my books and read a book. That's my source of entertainment. Especially I can do that while also walking around, you know, walking the dog, taking a walk outside, reading your ebook while you do so. The usual. Stones are even worth, yeah, stones, like right now our garden is essentially like, obviously it was now throughout the winter, right? We finally have some warm days, but you're essentially coming to the garden and you have all these weeds that are now like literally like all these weeds that are coming through your stones, and you're just like, am I a joke to you, garden? Why are you doing this to me? Okay, another leap, another quake, another leap, another quake. So we're now standing in 8 quakes. Quake number 9. Next quake. Next quake. Next yell. Next quake. Right? Do you see how much damage he just took there? Because we're standing in all these quakes, and then we just go all the time. Done. This just feels so good, and I just know there's like room for improvement, right? So there's still room to get better. There's still room to go crazier. How do you manage your fury? It's actually very simple. You have the Ring of Starless Skies, but you don't actually need this. So right now, the Ring of Starless Skies is a nice thing to have, but I could drop that shit. It gives me another 50% fury minus, and it gives me more damage. But if I had resource cost reduction, resource cost reduction, resource cost reduction on these 3 items, it would essentially do the same. Plus, you just drink the elixir of resourcefulness, where just your ability costs 25 less resource, and you're done. You're never going to have fury problems. Plus, I'm currently running fury per second on my boots, and fury per second on my boots is currently at 13. With all the fury generation, I'll just never have fury issues. Now, which tormented boss should we kill? And Daria would be nice. I only have like some pincushion dolls right now. I do have 9 shards of agony, so I would need some eggs. How many? That's, oh, I can just, how many eggs do I need? I need 6 eggs, right? Well, let's just kill 6 Varshis quickly. Did you end up killing Lilith with the Orb build? No, we haven't actually done Lilith with the Orb build yet, Slam, because for the Orb build, we need to masterwork everything. And that's where I was like, I really don't want to do that because it's really painful. No, literally choose to not want to like masterwork to that point yet on that build. Again, if you want to kill Lilith, I believe currently in the right tool for the job, okay? And that is, you want to kill Lilith super easy. Make yourself a rogue, and she just dies in a few seconds. This soft or hardcore? This is softcore. So we're playing on easy mode. Okay. Just quickly kill him 6 times so we get 6 eggs, because I don't have 6 eggs. He's dead. Oh, I get double eggs. Let's go. This is egg-tastic. This could almost be excellent. Right, chat? No? Tough crowd today. Tough crowd, chat. Tough. Very tough crowd. The extravaganza. But you definitely don't want to, Joel, you don't want to try kill Lilith if your gear is not like, you know, technically 12 out of 12 or at least 8 out of 12. Okay, that means I need now 4 more eggs. It's funny how essentially one hit is enough to like do this already, right? So one hit is enough to do this. Okay, what does this sword even do? While using this weapon, damaging at least one enemy with rupture creates a blood pool that inflicts bleeding damage over 6 seconds. Enemies standing in the pool take 30% increased damage. I'm surprised that this one wouldn't be like intriguing, but at the same time, the rupture cooldown reduction is useless, right? But that's the thing. Like I'm thinking about like, is this any good? Nah. I really want to switch to Heartseeker rogue from Barrage, but I just don't know how to get started. You watch my guide, which essentially has the perfect thingy. So this guide here. Load that correctly. Okay, YouTube not loading correctly. We have a guide that explains the transition from Barrage to Heartseeker. Okay. And it's essentially, there's this video, the #1 rogue, and down here it is called the nuclear rogue. This the #1 meta. That one has the perfect explanation how to transition from Barrage to Heartseeker. Also, John, how about recommending cool pony health guides instead of poor max roll guides? Come on now, brother. Do. It's funny to do so much bleed. Okay, like we're gonna be at Tormented in a second. So all Tormented bosses have a chance to drop Uber Uniques. Yes, all Tormented bosses. Is it 4x? Wait, is it 4x? No, it's 6x. Yeah. You're on Rapid Fire Rogue, and I wonder if I should transition to Heartseeker. Rapid Fire is fun. I would say Heartseeker is a bit more the action gameplay. So if you're like, wait. So this is my, I recorded a video this morning just for you, chat. So the people that are interested. So this is Heartseeker Rogue. And this is the last pit I did in 2 minutes and 25 seconds. So you're essentially like going for a Heartseeker. So you're heart-seeking the enemy, right? And you're dashing around. Then you're shooting these dudes with a right click. Then you freeze them, caltrop them, and you make sure the caltrop durations are up. And look at the pinatas popping, like how much damage they just explode. Right now, this is a pit 100, by the way, just to get the feeling, right? You dash into them, everyone explodes, right? They try to push you, they explode again. These dudes, pinata popped again. So that's kind of like how you play Heartseeker. It's a very aggressive playstyle where essentially dive bomb people to really put like your caltrops below them. So I'm just jumping into them. I freeze them. I'm currently actually using the freeze augment too. So I was trying freeze augment over poison bomb. Might actually go for poison bomb because the poison bomb knocks down. It kind of makes the clear a bit easier. Because we're like the rogue is not meant to push deeper currently. My rogue is just for speed farming the pit. So I'm literally just speed farming. So this is like, you can see like how the timer is. And now for the boss fight, let's just jump to the boss fight. We're 2 minutes in. So that's 2 minutes in, right? To the boss fight. It's 2 minutes, 12:50. So this is to the boss fight, right? And you're going, look at the stagger bar. That's the stagger bar just filling up. That's the damage he's taking. And then we go for the cold imbuement, and he essentially goes instantly staggered, and then boom, he's dead. So that's Heartseeker. Check pulverize yet? Nope. But we're gonna do that. Either we're gonna check pulverize today or tomorrow. We're probably gonna do some necro videos too, because I need to like try to dive deeper with the necro, right? So that was how Heartseeker works. I hope that's interesting for you. Cool. Poor dude. We have enough now? Oh, one more. How'd the patch feel? Okay, so the patch didn't make Pit 100 easier. It just made the enemies squishier. Okay? Enemies in a Pit 100 are squishier. That means you can go faster through, and it's amazing. You can get your materials better. I did a Pit 120 this morning with my Necro. Before, I was stuck at Pit 115. I did a Pit 120. It was easy as fuck. Now, considering, though, it was easy as fuck from a damage perspective, I still died to 1-hits, okay? I still died to 1-hits. I still got my ass clapped. But the boss felt like more convenient. So what can you do in total now? You can just push deeper into the pit without having to sacrifice your life, right? Without having to lose your virginity a second time. You can now push deeper into the pit, which is fantastic, I'd say. Hey, by the way, we could do a leaderboard with a barbarian too, chat. I've been always doing leaderboard with a necromancer, but now with a barb, you can just jump around and go. Mm-hmm. Okay, now we got everything to get the torment. No, that wasn't the tormented boss. That was normal. Wait, I need to clear this. What do I need to clear this? Angel breath, Chan. Angel breath. I don't have enough. I need more. Every source of angel breath, please. Like normal content is just a joke at this point. I wonder how much more output going from 15 to 21 glyphs. A lot, depending on the glyph. In a exploit glyph, it goes from 10% to 15% per 5 points. So you're getting 5% more per 5 points, which is a lot. When it comes down to the percentual boost glyphs, you're going from 100% to 150%, or from 90% to 125%. So that's another 30% boost just to all your glyphs there. So how much? A lot.
I must wait.
It's worth it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Tormented Druid. Mm-hmm.
Not ready yet.
Meanie. I'll be walking out of my leaves.
I'm low on fury. Not ready yet.
Where are you coming out? Where are you coming? Where's he? Oh, there. Wow, the non-poison resistance is really a thing, right? You know what? Against Duriel, I want a source of unstoppable. Yeah, tormented boss, simple. Does Bash one-hitted? Yes. Do we kill it very, very nice and quick? Yes, too. Okay, that's 3 amulets. What for 3 amulets could I be getting? Let's see the disappointment. Bad, bad, bad. That is the Godslayer crown in bad, and that is T-Bolt's will in bad. Cool. I mean, imagine killing a tormented boss and everything you get is kind of trash. Have you done a Flay Rupture Barb build? I have seen Flay and I'm not interested. I prefer the Leap Quaking. This is more fun. I've seen the Flay builds. They're interesting. I mean, they're using Flay. I prefer Rend. With Flay, you kind of have to like go for Flay duration. I went for Quake duration instead. So I'm quaking things. Demonic Structures. That one is in 22 minutes. Let's go for Karigar. What build is this? This is the Quake Bleed build. But we're quaking and then we're bleeding. YouTube channel just has the exact same name as this channel. Tony Hop. And yes, chat, we're currently at 61,655 live, which is not a lot. But we're there without a potion. Oh, hello. You're all dying to the bleed. You get stomped. So you're jumping, you're stomping, you're quaking, you're bleeding, then you're rupturing to spread the bleed to everyone. And on we go. Rupture, bleed spread, stomp, jump, yell, jump, bleed, jump, rupture. Oh. Everyone die. Jump. Rupture. Jump. Stomp. Yell. Yell. Jump. Rupture. All the elites die. Jump. Burp.
I need more time.
You all die. Don't even have to look for it anymore. The only thing that can essentially kill you is some weird elemental damage combination, because I'm unwilling to take my instance for farming, right? And why would I use instances for farming, right? I don't have the resources to do it while like for pushing. Why would I do it for farming? How many sources of unstoppable do you have? The one shout, which is enough. If you make sure to keep your shout up, you're good enough for the things. So the rallying cry makes you unstoppable. That it can be annoying in certain boss fights. So let's say if you're for example fighting the called again. If you're fighting the snake, Slither, she's usually not a problem, but with her like amount of stun that's happening, she can be stupid. So in that fight, you kind of need to keep it good on cooldown, or you might just die to that. You could technically add another source of unstoppable with charge if you wanted to. So technically, if you really want to. Be adding charge. But that would be cutting into your shout again. So if we're adding charge, we would be cutting out the shout, and that feels kind of bad. Because I don't want to cut out any of the shouts, because the shouts reduce my cooldowns too. So I go stomp, like I go stomp, instant reset, right? Then you go leap down to 4 seconds. Leap down to 4 seconds. Then we go one yell, another leap, stomp, leap, shout, leap, right? Get that all out. So we get like another leap. So we get 7 already overlapping. Then we pull his soul out, and it almost like just completely obliterates him. Now we could just watch him bleed to death. Right? Simple. Zeta, good morning. Farm low 60 pits. Why would you farm low 60 pits? Playbill can do 50 tiers higher, yeah, but who cares? I mean, I can do a tier 100 in 4 minutes, and that's good. That's fine. I mean, congratulations for doing 50 tiers lower. What for? I'm just needing some more materials. That's it. And I'm happy about that. Get this weapon up too. But it's funny, we're almost at 2,000 critical strike. If I actually upgrade this weapon 2 times, and this weapon another 2 times, I should be at 2,000 critical strike. It'll make me so much stronger. You have to understand, for these builds that we're making currently, we're mainly just interested in enjoying ourselves, right? Having a fun gameplay loop that is powerful. And that's the most important thing. For crit roll temper, you need a rogue. For crit roll temper, you need a rogue. It works without the crit roll tempers, just less efficient, right? As always, does it work without it? It does. It does. Is it weaker? Yes, it is. But that's like literally for every bleed build at this point, right? Mm-hmm. It is silly, but this should be fixed for Season 5. I mean, we're soon going to get the Season 5 PDR, guys, and then you're essentially going to know the new temper recipes. And that's also really good why we're getting a Season 5 PDR, so we can keep complaining about this. But the Season 5 PDR is around the corner. I mean, we're going to have the Fireside Chat on Friday, and we might be getting the PDR maybe a week later, hopefully. Actually, please make it a week later. So if you're planning to do the PDR, please don't do it on Monday. If you do it on Monday, I'm literally going to start crying. That's what I'm on vacation. Philip, thank you for the 26 months, by the way. Appreciate it. All right, that's where we're on vacation. Stop releasing things when I'm on vacation. We might want to try like a pit 110 just to see how much different it is now. But I'm already happy that we can do the pit 100, right? So that makes me very happy. And we need to do Uber Lilith. So what do you want to see first? A pit 110, or should we see if we can now kill Uber Lilith with this after we improve the build? When we're still not at all the masterworking I want to have. And we essentially want the weapon 12 out of 12 that I would be getting. I would be getting the maximum amount of duration. That's what you want, right? You want the duration of your Quakes masterworked. That you're essentially having longer lasting Quakes, because longer lasting Quakes are insane. Oh, I gotta look out because there's like that lightning on the floor, that lightning ball. I don't know if you've noticed this, but I feel like it might be because I don't have the resistance, right? But it feels like it does way too much damage. Some of those lightning enchantments, they feel very, very heavily skewed. It's like, sir, this is quite a lot every time I walk into them. Why vulnerable damage instead of crit damage on gems? I'll explain that in a second. And it has to do with a certain ratio. So this is like my worst fight, right? I'm going to get stunned here. It has to do with a certain ratio of vulnerable to crit. There is like an optimal way of doing it, essentially. I'm unstoppable currently. Standing in 8 leaps. Standing in 8 leaps again. Boom, super rupture. Boom. Love it. So, what you're having is 2 things going. So you have your critical strike of 1,800, and that critical strike currently works together with your skill down here, Gushing Wounds. When causing an enemy to bleed, you have a chance equal to your critical strike chance, 55%, to increase the bleed amount by 140% of your critical strike damage bonus, okay? And since our critical strike bonus damage is a lot, we can increase the bleed by a lot. Good. Now you have a second thing, and that is down here in your paragon board, the hemorrhage paragon. And hemorrhage says your bleeding damage is increased by 15% of your vulnerable damage bonus. And you kind of want to have a ratio of, like, you want to have 500 vulnerable damage bonus compared to 5,000 crit, technically. Okay, 500 vulnerable, 5,000 crit, 10-to-1 ratio. That's technically what you're aiming for. Now, obviously, we're not on the 10-to-1 ratio, so we could technically swap out some of the vulnerable gems for more critical strike. But that is what you're looking at in the ballpark. Hope that makes sense. Do you need Grandfather for this build? If you want to scale this build to craziness, if you want to go super hard, you would need Grandfather. Yes. Because again, like, the bleeding goes stronger. I have Grandfather already. I could show you how this looks if you have Grandfather. I don't think I'm going to be ending up doing that much more damage, but technically we'd have to drop our sword here, okay, to get Grandfather. The way it would look right now is we're dropping the, like, we're getting Grandfather, so that's Grandpapi. We're going to be masterworking this up. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So the problem for this build is that when you're masterworking Grandfather up, that we're essentially losing the duration of our Earth here. Earthquake duration 66% less. So that's a bummer. Okay, the bummer. Just for you to see. So now we would be critical strike wise at 3,000. So again, 1,000, 3,000, right? Slight different. On my gloves, I would have to go for the Earthquake aspect. So we'd be doing less damage now, multiplicative 2 as well. And the big difference is essentially that now all your damage or all your bleed chance just goes crazier. Right? So your gushing wounds can essentially go off the charts. So that bleed damage that we have done already before can now go higher than ever. You notice we might be killing things a bit faster. But as always, it's kind of like, you know, telling you that you would need Grandfather to do this just feels bad, because then you would, like, need Grandfather to do this, right? Which just doesn't feel the right way. I mean, you notice how my ruptures currently are essentially just literally one-hitting everything in a pit 100, right? When they're going crazy. But I prefer this to essentially work without the Grandfather and to just be better with the Grandfather, if that makes sense. So, like, if you don't have it, you can play it. But if you do have it, you can make it stronger than ever. It's funny when you essentially rupture, right, and everything like bleeds now for a lot. But we'll see the big difference on the boss. That's where the big difference will come in. I like how the Barb can just leap past everything. So walls, ceilings, right? It's like it's like rooftop buildings don't have rooftops, right? Ruins don't have ceilings, nothing. You'll just leap through everything. No fucks given. Reality doesn't matter. We have a magical ability that allows us to travel through whatever. From a clearing speed, I'd say it's not even that much faster because we might be killing things faster, right? To a degree, but you still have to go from point Z to point X. So it was like we're like 4 minutes to boss, and now we're like at 3 minutes to boss. So maybe a minute faster. Not like twice as fast, just a minute faster. I mean, gotta wait for things to die anyways. Or not wait, because we're just zooming. I would say like wee bit faster. Oh, stomp, stomp, yell, stomp, yell. Oh, it's 25 million bleeds now. It's actually nice. It's 30 million bleeds, 31 million bleeds, 33 million bleeds. Ow. Almost died there. Well, it's quite nice to see. Right? That would be with Grandpapi. The build video for this, we have the mobalytics already out, but you'll get a full-fledged build videos. So if you have the grandfather, if you can't reach the 5-round roller right now, is it better to use the emeralds? Again, 10-to-1 ratio. So right now I would actually be at the 10-to-1 ratio. There's a moth behind it, and the moth is essentially 10-to-1 ratio. Wait, let's give this one more upgrade, and then let's jump to Uber Lilith to see if we can shish kebab her. The worst part is having to create Rogue to temper critical strike damage. Well, technically, you don't need the critical strike damage. You could go just with Berserking. And the thing is, if you actually take Berserking damage, you also get the Berserking node. Because, for example, my node here right now is only at a... Where is it? Down here. It's only at a 29% bonus, and I had to take a lot of Berserking stuff for this. I might actually be able to get rid of the Berserking stuff and take some crit from the Paragon board, you know? So obviously the crit is better, but it's still possible. Let's see how this feels right now. Don't you dare walking out of my earth. Oh my goodness. We almost had her, chat. We almost had her. There's blood orbs everywhere. Choke. Wait, let me make more. More earthquakes. More doorbell. More cowbell. Actually, I don't have the movement speed to avoid these. I don't have the movement speed to avoid these. Okay, we got her dead. We might have broken it now, so we're gonna be careful. Yeah, we broke it. Because she just cut off that part. So it works, right? We just accidentally broke her, chat. Because what happens is, like, if you stun her there with your stump, that she'll just go weird. Why did I get spawned back all the way back here? Hey, chat, can you explain why I got spawned all the way back there instead of, like, on her? What is the big damage coming from? Rupture. So Rupture is doing insane big damages. And we're only doing it sparingly, though, because the Rupture is stealing away the bleed, right? And you don't want the bleed stolen away. But it's only stealing away the bleed if you're not having the Rupture aspect running, because there's an aspect for Rupture that essentially has you not consume your bleed. Okay? And that's actually what you want, right? Seriously, you would go again? There's no reason why you would go again. Same. That's like the big Rupture bangers. Again, using it against normal opponents is like totally fine, because normal opponents essentially are just fueling your attack speed on the Rupture, right? So you kind of want to use it against normal opponents, but using it against Lilith, you want to use it sparingly. Oh, I didn't kill it fast enough. I wanted you to make the world boss. I mean, we can go to the world boss, but I just wanted to see how easy Lilith would be. I mean, I don't really mind missing out on the world boss, but there we go. So Lilith is possible with the build right now. That is happy times, chat. We know it works, right? We just have to do the try. I'd probably swap our boots for movement speed boots now, right? Let's see if we make it. So yeah, that is the bleed rend Quake build with a lot of shenanigans. How am I supposed to know which affix I should masterwork for your rogue Heartseeker build? Depends. I mean, it's vulnerable, it's the Heartseeker itself, it's Caltrop duration, it's critical strike chance, it's lucky hit chance. The thing is, why don't I put any stats for optimal masterworks? Because I mostly don't even remotely try to get optimal masterworks myself. You know, I'm a horrible person because I really don't give a flying fart about my masterworks. Oh, that's 40 million bleed stacks. Damn. Damn. Wasn't not worth it to have Jens blessing. Nope, I need my boots for Fury. If I don't have my boots for Fury, I run out of Fury. Right, my boots can be Fury per second. I mean, we could drop the Rage of Harrogeth. But again, the Rage of Harrogeth also gives us a huge amount of cooldown reduction when we're actually pushing through the pit. So it's actually really nice to have the Rage of Harrogeth as well. Right? So what is Rupture doing for you to understand? Skewer enemies in front of you, dealing 4,000 damage, which is guaranteed to overpower. Then rip your weapon out, damaging enemies for their total bleeding amount and remove all bleeding from them. Ripping your weapons out of enemies during Rupture causes an explosion that deals 81,000 bleeding damage over 5 seconds. This damage is increased by 10% for every 50 strength you have, which is another 310% bonus, right? And now we have something called Wanton Rupture, and Wanton Rupture makes my Rupture not consume bleed stacks, which is actually kind of nice. Let's do a 110. That's the boom from time to time. Exactly. That's the boom from... Now, actually, that's not the boom from time to time. That's the boom from time to time. Plus, your gushing wounds can actually explode too. Why didn't you care that much about movement speed? Because I am not an ADHD. I am an ADHD bunny, but I don't get an aneurysm when I don't move, like with 500 billion movement speed per second. You know, if you want to have all the movement speed in the world because you want to move faster, do that. But let's be fair. Like if you want to survive, movement speed doesn't do anything for you, right? I know everyone always looks for movement speed because they want to go faster through content, and then they like kind of die or run out of fury and wonder why can't they do all the damage. And movement speed is nice, don't get me wrong. And my rogue moves really fast. But you know what? Movement speed does not, in fact, help you actually survive. Right? Movement speed only does one thing for you. It moves you. Okay, this is a 110 and we're still feeling very good. Let's see, would it be worth it doing a 110 now over like a pit 100 for the 10 materials more, because that's what it is, right? Pit 110, 10 materials more. Would it be worth to do? Ain't think so, Chief. Ain't think so. Also, I hate you, Sukubi. You're just literally jumping out of everything. Like always the question, 10 materials more? Nah. Well, we should be able to get this done right in 6 minutes currently. Those explosions that you hear, those explosions, that is the combination of me ripping out my sword with a rupture, and then my gushing wounds actually explode. So that's the funny part about it, gushing wounds. It explodes on overpower. And since a rupture means that you, when you pull the rupture out, you will overpower. That means you also get that gushing wound super bleed explosion that essentially bleeds everyone around you again. Oh, okay, well, we're cool. This is fine. There was like, I wasn't even scared for a single second, right? Why would I be scared? This is softcore. Nothing can happen. Or what's the worst thing that happens? I die? Oh great, there's not enough enemies here. How much I love that. You reach these parts where you're like, oh cool. I thought we're good, you know? I didn't think so, Chief. You're dead. Oh, that's it? It's not going further here? Yikes. Oh, it's done. Unlucky. Okay, so if we didn't die, I think 6 minutes to boss seems realistic for 110. I like that. Remember right now, material farming with my rogue will be 2 minutes for a 100. That's like when we're just wanting to material farm, right? And not actually create content. I think Rogue is currently having the nose a little bit ahead. I'm sorry for just being such a Rogue chill this season, guys. But I've actually been enjoying it. If you ask how quick is the Necromancer, well, the sad part about the Necro is it is killing the boss in like a couple of seconds. But The Necro has the problem that, well, it just doesn't move fast through the dungeon. And it will just simply never move fast through the dungeon no matter what you do because, well, last time I checked, it is the Necro. The Necro is essentially being limited by, let me check again, being the Necro. Okay, how many Quakes do we have? 6? More Quakes. It's now harder to stack my Quakes since I lost Quake duration. And 5 is still good, but I would prefer more. And yes, we're having a reasonable amount of stun happening as well. That's always a good thing. Jump, jump, yell, jump. Oh, my bleed is up to 66 million currently. It was good. I like to see that. Yeah, I just refuse to get out of there. So that was a 110. I think a 120 should probably be possible, right? I love it. This is making me a very happy little pony. But now in order to get my crit chance up, I really need to just master crit damage up. I need to masterwork this weapon because it's at 240 critical strike damage, right? An improvement of 5%. So we're currently sitting at 2,967, right? And boom. It's like there's so much increase. And this is not even a crit damage max roll, right? We're having like crit damage minimal rolls. So you can make your Necro run faster, but that comes at the detriment of other things. I just don't really, as always, care to make my character faster. If I drink the potion, we're at 3,200 almost. I don't feel like leveling a rogue. Can I still do that build? Yes, you can absolutely still do that build. Again, you don't really need more. Right? You don't need the crit damage. It's just that the crit damage makes it go faster. Without the crit damage, you will be somewhat slower, but it won't be ruined. So the concept works without. It even works without Grandfather, right? When you'll essentially what you'll do different if you don't have the crit damage tempers, you are focusing on finding some crit damage in the paragon board, and there is actually some crit damage in paragon board that can be found that you might be able to utilize. That you wouldn't utilize if you don't need it, because you would essentially, instead of going for berserking in the paragon board, you would then pull out crit damage out of the paragon board. There's, for example, I can show you like one board we're going currently into, and we're going only into that to actually get damage while berserking, right? Damage while berserking and some damage reduction, right? But that damage while berserking and that damage reduction ain't needed when you're literally having the damage while berserking tempers going on, right? So there's always a solution. Might even be able to just forego these points completely. Focus on something else. I did that in one iteration of this build, the one that was using one-handed weapons. So there is like, you don't have to use a two-handed weapon, for example, for actually your rend. So my rend is right now being done with a two-handed weapon for the critical strike damage multiplier, right? But you could do it with one-handed weapons as well to just do more rends per second, because a rend with one-handed weapons attacks faster. Right now we're using Rent with the two-hander. And the important part is also like, it's not only about the crit damage, you also need to get your crit chance up. I mean, mine is sitting at 60%, which is nice. If I masterwork up my items further, it will be even more. What I really need is greater affix crit chance, simple as that. I mean, a glove with greater affix crit chance would go a long way, right? Because greater affix crit chance on gloves, I think, goes almost up to 20% later. So that's actually huge. Whee! I'm done. Whee! See now, golden border around it doesn't consume anything. We're gonna do 1 leap quake, 2 leap quakes, 3 leap quakes. More leaping. More leaping. Consume all our bleeding. Whee! Whee! Run in circles around him, watch him die. Because you're a psychopath. You are a psychopath. What build for Rogue? Heartseeker. Always Heartseeker. Heartseeker is so brilliant, so brain dead. It's so much fun. Heartseeker is just great. And you can put it together so easy. Even with base non-greater affix gear, you will go crazy. That is just a fact, not an opinion. Technically, I need to replace these skull splitters through swords. So that's like the only thing to make this build better right now. I mean, for example, look at my amulet. My amulet is horrible apart from the lucky hit chance to make vulnerable. So that's like the only good thing I have on the amulet here right now. Actually, really questionable what I'm actually playing there. But I don't. Oh, I need that vulnerable. I don't have another source of vulnerable otherwise.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Oop. We try mage build sacrificing golem. I don't have the gear for that. Might be playing the game a lot, but I do not have the gear to do the mage build. As much as I might want to try it, I simply do not have it.
There's something special.
Fire resistance, really. Brute force, strength multiplier. It's actually nice. Also nothing special. Slaying strikes.
See some steel you need. Better than starting from nothing.
Technically, I also need new boots. Wait, don't I have new boots? Yeah, I have Fury per second boots because these boots kind of have concussion tempering on that I actually don't need on them anymore. These boots could be having... What could they otherwise have? I mean, utility... We could do tough as... Can you actually do tough as nails without having tough as nails?
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Would it still give me the point? I've never tried. Does it still give me the point tough as nails? It seems to, right? I mean, that would be the easiest way. When enemies hit you, they take an additional 15% of your thorns as bleeding damage. And since I get a bit of thorns here, it kind of makes sense. Right? To try to temper tough as nails. I mean, it's already better than having a concussion that I'm not using at all. Right? Because I am not using the concussion. Try to get more tough as nails. Come on, give me 2 ranks. Yeah, now tough as nails, 2 ranks. Yes, let's go. Chat. Woo! I mean, that would technically make it better, right? And we need to reroll the fury per second to fire resistance because my fire resistance is shitty. The problem is I don't actually have right? I don't have it. I could get resistance to all elements, but that wouldn't work. And I guess I could put the shadow resistance gem out.
I'm not ready yet.
If I put the shadow resistance gem out, and I would get another. I need a royal ruby. I only have flawless rubies here right now. Wait. If I now masterwork this up. Did I just fix my resistances, chat? Just fix my resistances? I mean, apart from the lacking shadow resistance, right? I mean, which resistance is the least one you need? I mean, shadow is technically the least one you need. Apart from if you're facing the dude, then you just die. Forget the blood bishop. Okay, so you don't have enough shadow. I mean, here, shadow resistance at 37%. Okay, so we have tough as nails now 3 ranks. That means the 3 ranks in tough as nails, we're randomly getting another increase your thorns by 9. When enemies hit you, they take additional 15% of your thorns as bleeding damage. And we have thorns just 1,000. I mean, it's like bonus for nothing, right? It's like free bleed. It's probably one of the most fun builds next to the rogue I've had in the pit yet. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love my necro, and fighting the boss with a necro is fun, but pushing through the pit itself with a necro just never feels good. Just because you don't have, like, I mean, if you look at the barbarian right now, correct? I'm just jumping through the pit essentially, right? I just jump from one thing to the next. What do you do with the necros? So you could technically do the same with blood mist to a degree. The biggest problem is if you do this with blood mist on the necro, what happens is that you come out of the blood mist next to the minions, next to the enemies, and they all turn on you and kill you. It's like the biggest sadness is just that you have like no cool movement ability, nothing, right? To just do anything. I mean, look, I just flew through that whole goddamn room from the one side to the other side. Fine. Can't do that on the necro. Like, you don't understand, chat. You don't understand. You can simply not physically do it. It's impossible. And here you're just going from one pack to the next with one jump that carries you through half the dungeon. Right? You get the pack done. Off to the next pack. Any regards of physics and the laws of doors and whatsoever. The range is nuts. It is. I mean, the sad part again is just that Necro has nothing. Like there's nothing. He does have blood mist, yes, and you can blood mist through things, and then you have a huge cooldown for blood mist left. But again, if I blood mist into a bunch of opponents, they turn around and they all focus you. They even ignore your minions. It's kind of like, oh, you came here to die? No problem. That's the one thing I hope they address at some point, but I don't think this is something that will be addressed before the expansion, and I fear it will also not be addressed in the expansion, because for some reason someone, like whoever designed the Necro class seems to think that Necro doesn't need mobility. Necro doesn't need, you know, survivability. They don't need these things. These things are unnecessary. Why would you want to be able to survive as the Necro? That makes no... So that was such a nice hit. It was such a big hit, right? Why would you want to survive? That makes no sense. Is it possible to play the Whirlwind Dust Devil Barb with no Ubers? You will run into the... So, again, if you play the Whirlwind Dust Devil Barb, you also need the critical strike damage tempers, and you need them even more than I need them, to be honest. And when you're playing the Whirlwind Dust Devil Barb, you are going to be, like, in the same position as with every bleed build. If you don't have the Grandfather, you're going to be lacking. Plus... the Harlequin Crest gives you so many ranks, which actually do increase your bleed, because your bleed is off your base damage, and the more ranks you have in this skill, the more base damage you have. So kind of Harlequin Crest. And for the... Yeah, I mean, for the Whirlwind build with the Turiel's Might, you just do more. So... yeah. You know? Unlucky for you. I wonder if these boots go up to +9 at some point.
I must wait.
Stop hating Whirlwind. I'm not hating Whirlwind. Whirlwind is great. I mean, do play it if you feel like it. I tried Whirlwind yesterday. It was fantastic. And then my hand hurt. My hand hurt. After playing it for 2 dungeons. Because I was forced to spam Whirlwind. I mean, you can like Whirlwind all you want. If you want to play Whirlwind efficient, you're probably going to have a medical condition after three pits. Why did my hand hurt? For the people that missed it, in order to play Whirlwind the most efficient, you're actually not holding down Whirlwind, because that would be crazy, right? Why would you hold down a charge skill? You're spamming the skill. Okay? So you're taking that skill button and you're going to be spamming it like there's no tomorrow. Because it actually spawns more Dust Devils. And when I say more Dust Devils, I mean by a factor of 2. So double the amount of Dust Devils. And since Dust Devils are also responsible for your bleed to a degree, there you go. It was actually okay as you're going through the dungeon, because Hail Mary, the amount of bleed you're actually doing with Whirlwind is insane, right? So it's like, it was kind of like fun to watch how much bleed you really did with Whirlwind. What? Against the boss? Unless you just have like very good gear. Oh, it felt weird. You're saying spamming the button is more efficient than holding the button. I'm not saying that it is. So Whirlwind, if you're holding the channel button, is essentially casting 1 Dust Devil every second, right? 1 Dust Devil every second is what you're getting. If you're though now spamming the button, then you're getting 1 Dust Devil every spam. And obviously in the span of a second, I can probably press that button 3 more times. The faster you spam that button, more Dust Devils you're going to be having flying out of your weapon. More Dust Devils is more direct damage. More direct damage is more bleed. And well, more Death Devils is in general more damage. And without Tyrael's Might, you'll definitely do lesser damage. I mean, again, like I'm just putting here the facts out for you wanting to play Whirlwind, right? This is not me and no means trying to disencourage you from enjoying the Whirlwind build. Just be aware before you have like some grand fantasies of playing Whirlwind that these are the things that are part of it, part of the build, part of what matters. What is resetting the ground stomp? The big cooldown reduction I get from lucky hit with bleed explosion, and that is coming from the Rage of Harrogeth. I can show that to you in a second. Generally, the leaping is being reset by me shouting and everything. So me shouting and everything kind of resets that. So I have my leap, essentially leap, stomp, leap, right? So that's really simple. Then my leap only has a 4-second cooldown in general. So that's also very simple. And then my shouts are reducing my leap cooldown as well. So leap, cooldown, leap, right? Everything. You den. Fantastic. But what's happening is, so that is damaging enemies with kick or ground stomp resets leap, then leap resets itself to 9 seconds. Then you do have the Rage of Harrogeth. A lucky hit inflicting bleeding on an enemy has up to a 40% chance to reduce cooldowns of your skills by 1 second. And what happens is then whenever I actually rupture an opponent, rupture will overpower. Okay, rupture is going to overpower. Which means if rupture overpowers, then gushing wounds, overpowering a bleeding enemy creates an explosion that inflicts bleeding damage on everyone. So you essentially skewer someone with a rupture, bleed explosion, and that bleed explosion lucky hits and reset. And that's how you're then able to essentially spam the whole shit away and make it like this efficient. That's brute force. What's brute force? 2 ranks in brute force. Which one is brute force? That one. Huh. Bad. Was anything else that would actually be nice? So it's like, again, why are we playing this? Because I kind of like how this all works together, right? So that the overpower, the forced overpower makes the explosion and everything. And all of that kind of like goes hand in hand and truly makes the build work out. And that's why I'm enjoying this build so much, because of all the things that are essentially like, you know, working really nicely. Should upgrade the ring further for more critical strike chance, but it's an O2 multiplier. Should upgrade this for more critical strike chance. Should probably upgrade. See, like right now, this only has a 10.8% critical strike chance. I think a greater affix, it starts at 12% already. But what I would need is, so how would my optimal gloves look like, guys? Let's check this for a second. How would my optimal gloves look like? Items, filter. I would need add group. Critical strike chance, boom, and that as a greater affix. Then I would need to add a group, and I would need on top of that rend as a greater affix as well, right? Oh, and optimally it would be attack speed, but that's not it. So these, wow, they're for 50 million. 12 days ago, it's probably sold already. See, because they're like from 15 days ago. Sending him a message. Sending him a message. See, like this is the realistic price, and that is what I would need. We update the Heartseeker Paragon board. There's nothing to update. It's working. It seems more rounded than Flay Rupture. I think Flay Rupture is fantastic. And Flay Rupture has an advantage because Flay is using the Battle Flay, right? The thing is, if you're using Flay, you have to use aspect of the Moonrise and adaptability, right? So Moonrise and adaptability, 2 of them already. To essentially get the bonus, right? And then you would use Rapid 2, so 3 aspects. But what I'm using right now is I have critical strikes for bonus attack speed. I have the, whenever I'm Berserking, I inflict bonus bleeding damage as well. Then I do have my Rupture with a 13-second cooldown, and I have the Groundstorm creates an Earthquake, and that Earthquake gives me 25% more damage multiplicative. Fantastic. Plus, my Leap creates an Earthquake as well. That gives me 38% damage reduction. Fantastic. So these are creating Earthquakes. And then the fun part is that on top of these Earthquakes, right, we're running the Rumble Glyph. So right now, with the duration, I can stack around 6 to 10 of those, right? And if I stack 10 of those, then we're getting another 100% multiplicative bonus damage. And that's the fun part. The problem is, to get all the things to stack up, you actually need to make sure that your masterworks are hitting the duration. For example, I have the duration hit twice here with 52%, which is kind of cool. We have the duration here at 42, and we have this actually at almost, like it could be a 110% duration. So I do actually have the durations relatively low, and that's why I'm always looking for new weapons, right? I have this hammer here, and that hammer could potentially replace that one. Because if I would already get the max roll, I would be just bigger, right? Because the standard is on the earthquake duration. If you actually hit the maximum, it's like so high. The problem is I need to essentially do this, right, until I hit earthquake duration, and it's a 1 out of 4. That's okay-ish. That's 55 instead of 65%. Actually weaker than both of them. No, it's actually better than this one. So technically better than that one, right? This is 110. This is 20 lower, right? So good. But what you would have to do now is you would have to take this hammer, put this here. Draw my rogue. And that's the only problem. Interesting, though, is you would think that this is like very unlikely to happen. I had 8 weapons yesterday. Okay? I had 8 different weapons yesterday, and I tried to get things done. And from those 8 weapons, I bricked 2. The other 6 all worked out. So now I would go here, offensive, and marksman. That's Rain of Arrows, and I only have essentially 2 tempers left. Critical strike damage, done. Ta-da. Now, obviously, this is 135 crit damage with a 55 earthquake duration. If we're now comparing that to what I have, it's not that much more. Can you do Vuln and crit damage together on a weapon? No, and crit damage is useless. You have to understand on a Heartseeker rogue that crit damage is useless. Why? You want to critical strike that your Heartseeker is doing more damage to then Victimize do more damage, okay? But the main thing is that Victimize cannot critical strike. Only the damage of the base attack that critical strikes that goes higher then gets more multiplied from a Heartseeker. But it's not worth it to go for this. What you really want is Caltrop duration. Look at this. These are Caltrop durations. Why do you want Caltrop duration? Because Caltrop duration, actually, the multiplier goes higher the more seconds you have. So enemies and Caltrops take 10% increased damage from you, increased by 5% each second, up to 91%. If I now don't have Caltrop duration, it's only up to 70%. If I don't have Caltrop duration, it's only up to 45%. So the longer I have Caltrop duration, the more it is. I mean, it lasts for 16 seconds now. The more cowbell. And this is why Caltrop duration is so important, because if the boss fight is lasting 16 seconds, the boss will at the end take 91% multiplicative increased damage. Nothing lives that long against Heartseeker. Higher PIDs. You want vuln damage over crit damage? Yes, you only want vuln damage. You don't want crit damage at all. So, do you want more armor? No. 9,230 armor is required for maximum reduction against level 100 enemies and beyond. It's explicitly stated that getting more does not do more. It does, in fact, not do anything for you. It will just make you a sad little happy hippo. Okay? More is not more. In that case. Pit 102 is Heartseeker. Not all bosses are easy. No, all bosses are easy. I mean, Heartseeker is scam. When it comes down to pit 100 and 102 around, it's just scam. I mean, let me quickly show you, because I always, I always talk about it and people might just simply choose to not believe me. But again, my rogue does not have good gear, okay? And what I mean by not good gear is that, sure, I have decent tempers at this point, right? But my bow doesn't even have a single greater affix. Right? My bow doesn't have a single greater affix. My gloves don't have a crazy greater affix, and so on. I don't even have greater attack speed affixes, and attack speed is everything. Right? The mere thing I have is a good amount of vulnerable damage. Now we're going to point the potion here for bonus attack speed. I have 32,000 life, 9,000 armor, and this is a pit 100. And we've actually been trying out cold imbuement, but let's drop the cold imbuement and let me try out poison trap. Once in a while. I've actually never used poison trap. So I mostly just farm pit 100s with this because I can't be asked. And Heartseeker is so stupid because you're just literally doing this, right? You freeze them. Oh, did I not swap out the cold imbuement? I didn't. That's Heartseeker versus pit 100. You just go and like you might die, right? If you stand in a shitty position, you could get yourself killed every now and then. Because I'm literally like not playing the hardcore version that goes for more life. I'm playing the version that is able to survive, especially if I would take a potion. Oops, I went into the wrong direction. Especially if I would take a potion. More than likely to survive everything, actually. Oh, great. I love it. I love it when the guys that reduce the damage, right? When they go invisible. Oh, that wrong direction again. That's kind of like how Heartseeker works, right? And again, this is like not with actual the craziest gear in the world. This is just like decent gear, right? And you're just molesting everything. And this is why I tend to say you should definitely, like, if you want to farm pit or if you want to kill Uber Lilith, it is so easy to do it with Heartseeker. It's scam for the other classes. How much easier you have it. You're only gonna have enough bows to essentially temper them, right? That's it. If you have enough bows to temper them, like to get essentially what you're looking for, that's what you want. Oh, that's a slow one here, chat. That's a slow one. I almost got myself killed there. I have to say, like, since I have leveled up the Barbarian, though, and I hate to say it, but the Barb is currently more fun to play. And usually Heartseeker is like my #1 pit farming, but the Barb is just more enjoyable to play as of now. right? And I hate it. 'Cause I'm a necromain. So I'm actually having fun, you know? Thank you very much. Now, the boss fight is obviously just a joke, right? Because you go on him, you put the caltrops down, you cold imbuement him so he just gets staggered as fast as possible. That's the thing. The faster you get staggered, the better it is. And then you just win. Ta-da. Done. All right, Heartseeker versus a Pit 100. Do you have a guide for it? Yep. That is dexterity damage over time bow. Bad. See, right now I don't have a good bow. This one has dex, maximum life, and damage. The damage should be vuln damage, but I have almost perfect vuln and Heartseeker rolls. So I will actually not change that. Guide says barrage. Guide says barrage because there's a reason for it, and that reason is almost explained in the video, right? Crazy. Almost like there's an explanation. It's even written in the guide, I think, the explanation. So... yeah. You know, it's like almost like it's explained in the videos according to the guide because they kind of like go hand in hand, you know? I know people like to look at written guides, ignore the video, and then be like, but this doesn't work. And then they're like missing half the knowledge. Once you finish Renown, once you never have to do it again. So each season you start with 10 skills. Yes, finish the Renown. Finish the Renown right now. You can't finish Lilith because of the second boss skills. Yes, you have to have movement. I mean, end of the day, no matter how much damage you have, if you do not possess a modicum of movement, if you're an absolute cripple behind the keyboard, if you cannot like walk for the love of God, then no matter what, like it's gonna be shitty versus Lilith. Yes. But I guess that's kind of like obvious, right? Her firebolts are annoying. You might be able to tank the first and the second and the third, but the fourth one is going to eat you. Yes. Okay, no matter how interesting that rogue was, right? It's like Barb is currently with the leap slam. I just enjoy what we made here. You know, Chad? And how did this come together? We essentially looked at what Thorn's Barbs are doing, right? How does Thorn Barbarian work? How does Thorn's Barbarian stack up the leaps, the Quakes, and then we just put the Quakes together, and wibbity wobbity, it worked. We robbed the concept from a different build. It's using the Quakes to essentially have your Thorns go crazy. We're like, I might if it makes Thorns go crazy. Could have made Bleak go crazy too. Right? Answer is it can. You become a Barb enjoyer? No, I will always be a Necro enjoyer because Necro is just more intricate. You know, the sad thing about Barb is right now, and this is maybe a piece of reality that Barb players might have to hear. I mean, yesterday, as we were trying to make this build work, okay, we literally threw together 5 random skills that were somewhat synergizing or not synergizing, and we could still clear, like, good pits, okay? Yesterday we threw random shit together, and we were still able to clear pits. You know, if I do that with my Necromancer and just throw random shit together, you know what's going to happen is I'm going to get my ass handed to me, right? So it seems like with Barbarian to a degree, like you just take whatever you want and you just throw it together and you just randomly, like roughly fit in the mold and suddenly you're able. By the way, with the latest changes, chat, we're almost able to clear as fast as our rogue. Oh no, Chan. We're sub 3 minutes incoming. Yes. Go. Go, Barbarian. Barbillions of damage. Sorry, I had to do it. Don't hate the message, hate the messenger. Seven earthquakes. More. More. Come on, sub 3 minutes. Go. Woo! We did it. Beep, 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 beep. That was actually my goal for today. I'm done. We can stop streaming. Thank you for watching. No, we're not done, but it's okay. Wouldn't Dust Devils be amazing now? No. We have no way to trigger Dust Devils. So first and foremost, Whirlwind Dust Devil does work, and I could just... So this is the thing, guys. What could I do now? I could keep this exact build, okay? I could keep everything I'm doing now. And swap just... I only have to put Dust Devils in, okay? Wait, I need to swap this out. But I only have to put Dust Devils in, right? Just for your entertainment. And since I'm not playing Dust Devils, I can actually hold it down, I guess. You know. Less efficient currently, but hey. Just to make a point, right? So I mean, like, we could now add Dust Devils to this, by the way, so no problem, but you don't even have to add it, right? Same concept, going like for the going still for my Quakes, right? But this time with the Quakes, we're adding like essentially the Whirlwind to it. Which actually turns out to be weaker right now. At least here in this version of the build. But it's not like it doesn't work, right? I mean, we also didn't put all the points into it that we could put into it, right? So, but coming back to my point of just putting 4 random things together. Like Barbarian, the class that can just make everything work.
I'm not ready yet.
I mean, that's cool though, right? When you play Barb, the build variety is actually there. I mean, currently we have played Double Swing Dust Devil for leveling, which was really fun. We have made the Rupture Flay shenanigans work, Wrench shenanigans work. Right, we did some Whirlwind Dust Devils as well. So like the build variety has been surprisingly good. I mean, we haven't even done Bash because we didn't want to do like the #1 meta no-brainer build. Correct? We wanted to wow, you spawned me back here. So we wanted to do something more. But hey, it works. That being said, I do just like the Rend build just works better right now. It's also like I really don't like just spinning around. It seems so weird to just spin around. Right? Yes, I'm intentionally just not doing anything but spinning around. I mean, it's like Frenzy was definitely doing more like right now Rend was doing more bleeding damage than this. So this is doing less. Frenzy was doing vastly more. Frenzy, Rend was doing vastly more. Still good. Oh, there's more? I thought we were at the end already. Let's see how the boss fight feels with Whirlwind. Okay, boss fight with Whirlwind now. Do you know any of the Spiritborn mechanics? No. I might be a Diablo partner, but they didn't give us any secret inside. Sorry. I can't even pretend I know something, so apologies, chat. I can tell you that they told us nothing. So there was no secret partner inside shebang happening. How is this slow comparison? I'm sad now, chat. Ah! I don't want to play Whirlwind anymore. I want to go back to my... I want to go back to my stuff. So with the Rent build, I would have won already. 20 times over. Oh, finally, I died. Now I can leave this. Now I can leave this hellhole and never return. Is Heartseeker rope really hard to gear? No. It's super easy to gear. Finally. Turning back to the glory. So that was Whirlwind. I mean, obviously Whirlwind has some more to it, so we can put some aspect on for Whirlwind, right? There is some things you could do. But like if I can already do like the right this, it's just boop boop. Oh, and one thing we're definitely missing is the blood explosions for the cooldown reduction. So you notice like how the whole rupture blood explosion cooldown reduction thing that kind of like doesn't work for the Whirlwind as good. Right, of just essentially just going around and having just everything explode at any point, it just works better. How much is +4 to Flay GA worth it? Probably a lot. I mean, a lot of people are loving the Flay right now because Flay duration is kind of OP. Flay duration is really nice. I envy that like the only way how I get Rent, like this is a bit of a scam, right? So you have Flay, okay, and you have Rent, right? And both are bleeding. Oh, I don't really know why you kill me. So both are bleeding skill, okay? But the one bleeding skill has a size increase. So that means if I rend in a bigger area. Whereas the other has a duration increase. So the size increase is obviously completely useless, right? Because it doesn't do anything for you. I mean, you know, nothing. Whilst I seriously don't know what actually kills. It's the shadow bolts. I swear to God, it's probably the shadow bolts because we have like 36% shadow resistance, right? So that's like the like is your damage shadow damage? Please don't be, because I would hate that. Another reason to hate you, ladies. Like the damage, the duration is obviously so much better for a bleed build, right? And then you're like, why does the one skill get such a good thing while the other skills Jesus Christ, it's too many bolts. While the other skill's getting robbed. Explain. I mean, that's the same with the cast twice thingies, right? Why do some skills get cast twice and other skills don't? This is something I don't know. I think every core skill should have a cast twice, simple by default. Okay, let's get away from the demons. Today we found out that the demon bolts are shadow damage, and we don't want to deal with that ever again. I don't know if like giving everyone cast twice is the solution though. Maybe that's also not good if everyone gets cast twice. Maybe some skills are going to be way too strong, but is that an issue? Is that really a problem if some skills become too strong with cast twice? Because right now you're just feeling by default that some core skills cannot compete with others because they can't be casted twice. Like I'm literally considering to not play a core skill simply because it doesn't have a cast twice on it, right? And if it doesn't have a cast twice on it, it's not worth it, because like if I choose the other core skill and that has a cast twice on it, I can cast it twice. Double the DPS, double the triggers, double the everything. I mean, obviously I'm going to choose the cast twice over the non-cast twice, right? So I don't know what the solution is. What do you think? I mean, I just hate to not be able to play a skill because it's automatically inferior. That's literally what annoys me the most. Like, oh, you want to play that skill? Yeah, it's the inferior skill, so you kind of don't want to play in. And he's just gonna bleed out. Oop. See, that's the difference in the boss fight right now, correct? Separate cast twice manuals. Manuals need a wholesale rework. Manuals need a wholesale rework. Manuals are shit right now. I mean, that one is okay. This one is 4. And in my opinion, 4 is already shit. Everything that's 4 is shit. I mean, right now, why is my Earthquake technically together with a Leap? The Groundstorm would make sense. The Leap technically not. Because why is the Sandstorm Augment 3? Why is the Wasteland 4? Why is the Bleed 5? Why is this 4? Why is this 4? Right? So it also feels bad that this is 3 and the others are 4. That's shit. I dislike that. That needs to get fixed. There's never like an argument why some have 4, some have 3, and some have 2, some have 5, some have 6. We have a build link. It's linked in the current YouTube stream. That is something that, in my opinion, should hopefully get addressed. Oh, what is this? I've never seen this. Death Blow creates a shockwave dealing of its base damage to enemies. Enemies who die to this effect also reset Death Blow's cooldown. Wow, cute. I don't want it. What I would like about tempering. Okay, chat. What would I like to change about tempering? Step 1. If I take this weapon and I temper it, correct? And I now go for this. What I would like to see is, if I now go for the next temper, okay, that I can choose to keep the old one. So I go for this. It's a new temper. And it's like, do you want this? Or do you want to keep the old one? Correct? That's what I would like to see. I would also like to see a temper reset. And technically, I would like to have a choice of 2. So right now you temper kinda, right? And it gives you an option. But what if it tempers and instead of 1 thing appearing, it would be 2 things appearing? Right? So it's like leap size. It's like, do you want leap size or the other? So he hits his hammer down, boing, and I can choose 1 out of 2. That would also be better. It would take a lot of the frustration out. If there was a pity mechanic in, that would be cool as well, but I'm asking for too much. I think these things would already change it a little bit. At least that, right?
Things on your return.
But we'll see. But I can tell you I've seen some stuff, Chad. I've seen stuff, but I can't tell you what I've seen. But I've seen stuff. That's it. I've seen stuff. That's the only thing I can tell you.
How shall I guide my hammer?
Temper reset only if there's a GA. Why am I voting for universal temper reset? Because you're pigeonholed into a build. So right now I have earthquake, duration, and critical strike damage, correct? Let's say I want to play bash. Okay? Let's say I want to play bash. Then I would have to take a complete new set of items because I could obviously not make this go over to bash, right? I couldn't take this one and I couldn't make this be bash now, correct? Simple not. I would have to reset the temper to potentially make it to bash because I only have 1 temper durability left. Which either tells me, give us more temper durability, give us a temper reset, or tell us you don't care. As the average player, you're just so hardcore pigeonholed into 1 build. There's like, here, sir, you're going to play this build now. Don't ask questions, you little shit. Right? Don't ask. Just accept it. This is the build you're going to be playing. For now. Forever. Are we gonna masterwork this item, chat, to full? I'm going to masterwork this item to full, quickly run upstairs, and then we'll continue, okay? Oh, ha! That's great. That's great. 3, 4. $14 to 15 seconds. I know. You get unlucky. No, I want this. I want the duration. Because so every duration is 10% more multiplier. So I am very happy about the duration. I want the duration as high as possible. That's also why for this build, technically, the grandfather is nice. For the bonus critical strike damage, but it's also nice to be able to stack like more quakes and everything. Right? This is the interesting part. So if you're actually playing the build, right, with the grandfather versus not grandfather. Like with the grandfather, I think I'm limited to maximum 8. That's boss. Right, you would slap away, so leave, shout, leave, stomp, leave, shout, leave. Standing in 5 currently. Leave that, leave. 5 again. Leap 6. I think I can stand in 7 to 8 max. 6. That yeah, see, I can stand in 8 partially. Right? So that's what you can kind of like stand in, right? So that's like a maximum of 8. We're now swapping the grandfather over to the earthquake blade because that's another 66% duration, right? It's not a lot because that roll was actually bad. So now we will be pumping out more quakes. And they like net total last longer. And I think the biggest I've been at is 11 currently. So even without the grandfather, you're like not necessarily scuffed, right? Because you can compensate for the less grandfather damage by just doing more leaps. Now we have 8 again. Now we're 9. You can have like a total of more. On every quake, by the way, chat, every quake is giving us 10% more damage multiplier. Okay, just why is this actually important? Because every quake is a 10% damage multiplier. So more quakes, more multiplier, more cowbell, more awesome. That's why you want the duration up. Because the season's any good, it's insane. I personally do like this season a lot. I need another Stygian Stone because I want to kill a Gregoire the Galvanic Saint. Why do I want to kill him? No particular reason. Faceless hate, mostly. Shotgun, I've played 5 chars this season to level 100 and pit 100, and I haven't felt the frustration of people breaking items. The reason why you haven't felt the frustration of breaking items like people have is because you're probably happy with certain items, just like me. So I have also played every single character to like 100, right? And we're pushing the pit 100 with all these characters too. And I am not at the point ever where I'm also frustrated with the temper system. But that's because I'm just happy with certain outcomes, right? I haven't masterworked a single triple greater affix items. I don't own a single greater affix item, nor do I care about owning one, right? I am just happy with very few things. So I guess the biggest problem with tempering, and I mean, obviously there is frustration with tempering and masterworking, and that's just a fact. There's no way to say like the system is fine as it is. But simply due to not even caring about getting a single triple greater affix item, like I have zero frustration. Because what to be frustrated about? If I don't even have one and I haven't even like tried to do anything to one. Right? You've break the least amount of items with Necro no minions. Yeah, there's easy temperings for that one. Even the minion temperings are extremely forgiving. This is by the way what kind of happened. Right now the builds they want you to play, aka minions and so on, they literally have the easiest temperings, right? Minion temperings is a triple. Pulverized tempering is a triple. Surprised, who would have guessed? So for some reason, Dust Devil Tempering is a triple. You know, all the builds they said they kind of want you to play, right? Those seasonal banger builds they intended for you to play. Well, for some reason, all of these are triple temperings, huh? Instead of quad or fivers. Who would have guessed that to be a thing? Surely that's a coincidence. We do an update on the late game pulverized druid. Oh, we'll definitely have to do that. I mean, today's goal was to really get this barbarian to where I want him to be at. And I really don't see what I could improve. Like, I mean, like, obviously, what can I improve in this build right now? Keep every item to 12-12, right? So this build would inevitably improve having every item 12-12. That would be fantastic. But I think the concept that we came up with is solid right now. So it's like we're literally working. The only thing I would like to put in is Yen's Blessing, but I just don't see that. Right? I mean, you notice how useful the insane cooldown reduction is we're having, right? And the only way how I could use the cooldown reduction is by dropping my boots and by changing the Rage of Harrogeth for Yen's Blessing, essentially. And that would work. But I'm not sure what's better. Is the Rage of Harrogeth better, or is Yen's Blessings better? That's what I haven't decided on.
I must wait.
Do you think they'll extend tempering effects in the future? For example, if we would have rend duration effects, which makes sense, it would replace flay and use for both bosses and trash clear. I do think we get more temperings. Like, so these are essentially just the base temperings. I do believe a lot of the tempers will also be changed to other stuff. I mean, we might be getting more core skill twice temperings and so on. The good thing is it doesn't matter what I think we'll get, because chat, guess what? I mean, there is the wow, 4 ranks in Iron Skin, Jesus. There is the PTR coming. So in case you missed this, on Friday, this Friday evening, live here on stream, because we'll do it, we'll react to the campfire chat. Okay, campfire chat is gonna happen. We'll react to it. And there's everything shown about the Season 5 PDR. And the Season 5 PDR, what can we expect? New endgame, different temperings, the seasonal mechanic. Maybe we'll see the seasonal mechanic. Class changes, class balances, new uniques. Because every season brings new uniques, and they'll have to show us the new uniques. There's a bunch of stuff being shown on Friday, most likely. And then after Friday, to even more. Because the PDR shouldn't be far. Look at the date. Look at the date right behind me. All right, I need a calendar quickly. Here. So we are currently July the 18th. Okay. That's where we are. July. We have another week. We have 2 weeks. 3, 4, 5, 6. And we're almost. We're June the 18th. Not July. We're June. We have 1 week. We have 2 weeks, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks, roughly, to the new season. The PDR needs to come now, or they won't be able to use the knowledge from the PDR, right? Because that's what they had the problem last time. The PDR was too late. They had to extend the season, and that was a problem. Did they confirm that tempering and masterworking is a staying feature? I mean, yes. That's why this season happens right now. And then this is the season that is cementing the actual forever changes. That doesn't mean that tempering and masterworking won't be adapted, won't be improved, right? That we, like, again, but this is a system that stays now. This is the new item upgrade system forever. Because honestly, after already completely overhauling the system once, do you think we'll get another system overhaul anytime soon? I mean, we just literally got a complete system overhaul, right? I mean, if you need 2 complete base game system overhauls, then I guess you might scrap your game. Correct? When we're sitting now at having had an upgrade system, that upgrade system is completely gone, replaced through a new one. I mean, that's not gonna happen again. I mean, most games can't even afford doing that, right? You can be lucky that this is essentially Blizzard, where they just can decide to use all their team's effort to overhaul a complete... I mean, they essentially overhauled the complete base game. Let's be real, right? Tempering and masterworking, that's like, get rid of the complete feature, rework that. Most games, they just... That's just it, right? If their base features fail, it's over. It's not like you have the funds to, like, put your whole team just to, hey, let's just rework the base features of our game completely. We get the development power, right? So yeah, it's staying, and I think it's good. I mean, again, I like tempering and masterworking. I for some reason, a lot of people think that tempering and masterworking is the worst thing that ever happened to Diablo. It's crazy. Like, when you're on Reddit, there's either I like tempering and masterworking, or this is the worst thing that has ever happened to Diablo. I am so mad. There's no middle ground. I mean, I guess when do you have friends chat you talk to? What do they think? I don't have friends that play this game. I don't have friends. What am I kidding? I'm good. This is fine. Hey, chat, don't worry. Just for a small subscription of $4.99, you can be my friend as well. It's just a joke, unless... Ow. You just kicked me out of my things I put in the ground, and I don't appreciate that. So yeah, it's either, like, you know, people enjoy it or people hate it. God, I love doing that. A lot of people are just mad at tempering. I can only talk from my, like, personal perspective currently. Tempering has allowed me to simply have more fun. Look at the build. Look at the build we're having right now. We're playing the Barbarian Leap Quake super fun, right? And technically, Rumble is not good. You deal 10% increased damage to bosses and crowd-controlled enemies for each active Earthquake. Now, the most amount of Earthquake I can technically have is 1, Stomp, 3. So I could always stand in 3 Earthquakes. That's possible. That's a 30% damage gain. Sounds nice. But now, since we're a smart little rabbit and we have tempering, we increase the Earthquake duration, and so on. Which suddenly means that instead of just standing in 3, we can stand in 6, 8, or 10 Earthquakes and get a massive bonus, which is kind of cool. It just allows me to have more fun. And that goes, like, for so many builds, right? I mean, the Heartseeker Rogue, again, is so good because you're getting the cast twice, right? On your Heartseek with the Chance for Puncture to cast twice, Heartseeker, Forceful, everything. Being able to cast that twice, amazing. And that goes for so many skills where you can just put your personal twist to an existing build. I mean, alone the Rogue with Caltrop duration. This one here, Caltrop duration. This is something you didn't even consider in the beginning. But being able to just extend the duration of your Caltrops and therefore quadrupling your damage. Nice. I guess for someone who really likes to experiment, play around, have fun, try new things and see if they work, it's fantastic. For the people that just want to play the strongest build possible, I can see the frustration to a degree. Because you're literally just here to play the best build possible. And the game is trying to stop you from that. Hey, by the way, chat, I do have good gloves from yesterday. Look at this. They don't have 4 ranks and core skills, though. That's a bummer. I actually want more crafting and item sings. The risk and reward gamble feels a big part of ARPGs for me. I like good crafting systems. My problem is the RNG. You're saying you feel like it's part of the game for you. My biggest issue is that Diablo is a game for goddamn casuals. I'm sorry, I didn't call you a casual. I just called Diablo a game for casuals, correct? So everyone that plays Diablo is not wanting to play the super hardcore MMOs, the super hardcore ARPGs. And putting then suddenly a chance in to actually completely ruin an item goes against everything that Diablo had so far, right? Because you were simply not able to ruin items. When you watched the Whirlwind Barb video, it showed multiplicative values, but in-game it doesn't show multiplicative values. Did you watch an old video maybe? I mean, skills change over the life cycle of the game. So that might have been a thing. So yeah, we have a system now where you can essentially ruin an item, where Diablo doesn't have that before. So I can see where some people are unhappy because they're like, right? This didn't used to be in the game. And again, the game is actually meant for absolute casual noobs. And I guess casual noobs don't enjoy ruining their items. Surprise. Who would have guessed that someone who has a limited amount of time to play does not enjoy when their item gets ruined? Not me. Shocketh, guys. I am speechless. I did not see this coming. Jeffrey from the steel mill with his 12 children, who gets to play 4 hours per month, right? Who sits down to masterwork his bow he finally found with 3 greater affixes. Said Jeffrey is gonna be absolutely pissed when his item breaks. Who would have guessed? Not me. Shocketh again. So you're obviously that, like, from a big part of the player base, the 90%, would maybe not be so happy when their item goes doo-doo. That's where we're saying, like, maybe a temper reset. I mean, sure, the thrill of breaking an item is fun for some, but I, for example, don't gamble, Chad. I am not a gambler. You know, I don't even throw my money in slot machines, okay? No one-armed bandits, nothing. No gambling, okay? No gambling, no betting, nothing. I'm boring, okay? I'm fucking boring. I'm the worst ever. No hookers, no strip clubs, no cocaine, no blackjack, nothing. Just sitting at home playing video games, okay? I mean, not even gacha games here, like Genshin Impact, okay? Nothing. No gambling. And then suddenly having like a gambling feature in a game doesn't sit well with everyone. God, he took so much damage there. Holy Christ, Macaroni. You just got so bamboozling destroyed. Never tried to 6-socket an item in PoE. I actually did find a 6-socket item in PoE. No coke. Is that just for partner Twitch streamers? Only if you're just chatting Twitch streamer. No hookers? Yeah, it's just, you know, the occasional role play when you're like, oh no, I don't have a health insurance. Yeah, but it's going to be very expensive. Oh no, what could we do? You know, that kind of stuff. That's why you obviously have a collection of wigs at home. As a reasonable adult of 30 plus age. No questions asked. Good. Neath Iron. I mean, these role plays are usually very short in Germany because it's like, oh, do you have health insurance? It's like, yeah, sure I do. Over. You know. That's why we don't do them anymore. This does not never go up to +6. This gives me critical strike damage as well, but this gives me attack speed too, so I just attack speed faster. That's why you roleplay as Americans? I didn't think so far, sir. Sorry. I didn't mean to make you sad, America. It was not my intention. I'm just very happy about having health insurance. No, I'm actually not happy about having health insurance. Do you know how expensive it is? God damn it. Jeezy, thank you for the Prime subscription, Jeezy. Great to see you there. Potato, thank you for the 25 months of support as well. Appreciation to all of you. Great to have you with us. You know what the fun part about health insurance is, guys? That I'm private health insured in Germany. If I would not be private health insured, so technically you would think that private health insurance is more expensive than state health insurance, right? Because in Germany, you're either private health insured or you're health insured over the German state, kind of, right? So like public health insurance. And obviously, private health insurance should be more expensive, right? It's not. They have some very weird calculations for self-employed people in Germany. And what happens is that I would probably pay almost 3 times what I currently pay if I was public health insured. Because obviously my wife has to pay a premium for being my wife, since she's my wife. And why wouldn't her health insurance be calculated after my income instead of after her income? I mean, she's my wife, right? So she loses any right to have her own calculations happening. That totally makes sense, doesn't it? You sound German? Well, thank you. Appreciate it. German just stupid at this point. There's definitely some stupid things going on. That's why we are essentially private health insured. Like it's stupid. So we're private health insured. We pay less money than if we were public health insured. And we have all the advantages when we're going to the doctor's, chat. Because, like, obviously, as a private health insured person, I have an easier time getting appointments. It shouldn't be that way. Like, you know, you shouldn't be getting easier appointments, but you do. It is what it is, and I like it. I'm not going to complain. I'm just going to take it, right? And I'm essentially paying less money, though, than I would, again, pay if I was public health insured. And I would get the worst service, too, right? So yeah. Hi. Isn't that fantastic? Doesn't that make brilliant amounts of sense? And it's only because I'm self-employed. I'm literally getting punished for being self-employed and playing video games. Almost like Germany doesn't want you to be self-employed. Does not sound like Z-typical German. The problem is if I start doing Z-typical German accent, it gets stuck. You know? As a German, you have to really try to get rid of it. And then be glad that it's gone. Because it could come back at any moment. And then you would sound horrible. No one wants to sound like the typical German. Could you stop stutter stepping backwards? God Christ. You know, you just want to kill that dude. And what does he do? He just stutter step walks backwards. Die. Okay, this is just a very good farm. I'm really liking this. Should we try to do 120 just to see if we could, Chad? Let's see. Can we do a 120 just for the funs of it? I mean, we definitely have to go kill Lilith, but I still need to get other boots for the phase 2 because phase 2 kind of stings. So I did a 120 this morning with my Necro just to see if I could. The answer is I can. And we did a 110 with this one as well. I feel like 120 is a bit greedy, but we'll see. Kurt, Season 4 is perfection for me. First time Diablo Char on max level yesterday. I defeated Tormented Druid twice and get my missing unique. I think a lot of people that disliked Diablo or weren't that motivated in Diablo before actually finally found their reason to max level their characters. So yes, I do agree that for many, this season is the first good and real season of Diablo. As the prior seasons were definitely lacking in comparison. Might have to swap for higher pits like the damaging Warcry over to the health Warcry, because we're like getting killed by poisonous thingies, right? So we're currently have like the Warcry going, but you could also go for the damage reduction cry instead, which just actually help you to stay alive better. But I might as well just work on actually having enough resistances. Nah, I don't see where that killed me, but he just killed me, right? With one Eid. The mobs are real. It's mostly the snakes. The snakes can like, they go stun and then poison, right? He essentially jumps you, stuns you, and injects poisons in you. And you're just like, oh, but sir, I'm cool. Decide to do one of the things, but don't do all the things. God, the exploding duties are hurting. We gotta look out for that shadow dude because we have 0 shadow resistance. Okay, Chad. Our shadow resistance is 63 right now. Yes, you heard right. No shadow resistance. Doesn't exist. Oh no, it's right below me. We need to turn the damage numbers off. It's not a problem like when you're playing a lower pit and you're essentially killing everything with a one hit, right? And these things don't become a problem. But as soon as you're getting like into higher pits and like things actually like live for a few seconds and you might get a ground effect, well, that's where you have to pay attention to a degree. Currently trying to get like everything pulled together. I'm essentially like an area build, but yeah, 120 doesn't seem to be good for the build. I mean, 110 was super insane. I guess for 120, I just need more health. I mean, I'm at 67,469. If I work this one further up and try to hit the exposing presence, I would go up to 75,000 at a potion. Yeah, just get more health. You think I can find a Bone Spear build after the patch to enjoy farming the Iron Wolves? What? I mean, Bone Spear can always farm the Iron Wolves. Do you think that Diablo 4 starts looking exactly like Diablo 3? No. Diablo 3 had 5 trillion damage. And that was standard. I didn't even have to put efforts in. Yes, you can do billions of damage here right now. But in order to do billions of damage, the amount of things you need to do is still not like I mean, I, for example, never played a Diablo 3 season, and I jumped into Diablo 3, okay? And suddenly, I was actually able to do trillions of damage. Very easy with my Necro. I mean, it was stupid, right? And that's like the thing. In order to do a lot of damage in Diablo, you still need to get everything working together nicely. Like it's not a main case scenario, it's kind of like an edge case scenario. That being said, Barbarian is obviously stupid. Do you have so much health? No, you just get so much health for free as a Barb. Why do you have so much health as a Barb? Because Barb is the only class that has a passive that gives them more health. The passive is called Imposing Presence, and that's another 54% more health. This 54% more health could be 15 or 16 ranks in it. I only have +6 ranks currently for my pans and for my amulet. So yeah, Barb can, for no good reason, but just get barbillions of health. Very simple. I changed my chest out, for example, for a chest with 3 imposing presence, and I get another 12%, 18% more health. I really wanted to do like a super bleed on her, but she kind of jumped away. Mom, it would be good if you don't go away. Be good if you just decide to stay in one spot. I totally didn't jump the way I wanted to. I have to say, surprisingly or unsurprisingly, as the Barb, I have more trouble dodging like some of these things than with my oops. Yeah. So with a Barb, I have more trouble dodging the waves than with the Necro, and the Necro is really easy at that, right? Does health affect bleed or thorns? What? Nothing affect, like neither thorns nor health affects bleed. I mean, there is something where you can like bleed because of thorns, so, but it's not like that automatically affects it. I have the feeling she loses her bleed when she goes away, and I don't appreciate that. I feel like this one here is just an 8 form, so you can essentially just walk an 8 form to avoid that. The other one is just like you can actually leap over it. And that one you can just literally stand outside of. And she's gonna go up. We're probably gonna break her. Ow. It's actually funny because with the Necro, I'm able to like avoid all of. Oh god, we broke her. Yeah, we broke this because we brought her too low in phase 1. You like to do the larger portion of your bleed when she comes back. I kind of enjoy doing like one very big bleed there because you bring her into phase 2. So you technically want to skip the phase 1 completely because phase 1 of her jumping is unnecessary, right? So you technically want to just get past that. Like this, right? And there we are. Now we're essentially straight up in phase 2. Honestly, like I'm surprised how much trouble Barb has with that. Right? What build would you use the grandfather Uber weapon? Ta-da! There it is. I mean, technically, so any Barb build, okay? Any barbarian build, no matter which one you're playing, just put a grandfather in it and it's better. Okay? Wait, the thingy was in the air. What was that? Oh no, we broke her, chat. Her thing was in the air. That's the first time I've seen that. It was kind of funny. Oh yeah, we broke her. This is such a break. Oh, she's gonna go so stupid now. Because she's already in her second phase, while actually should be in her first phase. She might actually not even get the dudes out. Yeah, actually, I think we broke her so wholesale. Yep. Hey, that's great that you made all the bleed vanish that I just put on you. Because why wouldn't you, lady? Right? This is what you mean when you break her, right? So, since she just defies all her mechanics. What a stupid. Lead builds are not for Lilith. I mean, it's working. If like just let me masterwork my items further, and we're going crazy. The problem is not Lilith. The problem is the game and how the game does things, right? When that she flies away and essentially resets your blade just feels bad. And that my Barb is generally too slow to avoid fireballs, right? You struggled ages with a well masterwork bleed bash, change your direct bash damage, build a first try. I mean, you can kill her the easiest, again, with Rogue. Well, I like to say that. I'll show you in a second too, right? Why I keep saying Rogue. Because it's just like, it's so hilariously stupid. How OP Rogue is. Wow, I got hit 5 times by things. Wow, I suck. Seriously, I got myself hit 5 times, chat. More cowbell, more cowbell. Rogue's movement. It's mostly a Rogue's movement because you can just dash. You can actually dash through the waves, which is the funniest thing to me, right? So you can just decide that dashing through the waves is what you want to do. I mean, imagine just like that. You're just like, oh yeah, let me just dash through the wave quickly. Let's bring that to Kirvicha because we need to swap that out. Not up in the millions yet, but I'm getting close. Figure out masterworking thing. Oh, it's definitely a masterworking thing. And I mean, Rogue doesn't do billions of damage. Rogue just does consistent damage. Like, where's the DPS essentially? So we put that here. The monster level is the same between 101 and 109. Hasn't it always been the same? Has it always been? I see my items are not even like 12 out of 12, right? That's the favorite part about the Rogue for me. Items are not 12 out of 12. I'm playing some random trash. How are you surviving Lilith with 6k armor, no resistance? You just get hit. Just avoid it. Just do so much damage that she doesn't phase you. We wanted to try out Poison Trap, right? I have never used Poison Trap before. And Shadow Stab. I have 1,529 vulnerable. How does Poison Trap work? Okay. Does he throw it wherever he goes, or where does he put it? Always under me? I've never used it. That's why I'm asking like maybe obvious questions to you. That's like Heartseeker now. Right? Up, 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 up. Even slow actually right now here. Very slow. You're just like right-clicking that. And here, her waves, you can essentially just dash through them if you want to. Right? That's like the scam on Rogue. Might even be able to actually stagger her here. Actually, you can't stagger her in this phase. Wow, that was really slow this time. Oops. Almost walked out. Oh, I dashed in there. Yikes. Yeah, slide in front where you're facing. I've actually never used Poison Trap. So what I tried recently in the build was using Cold Imbuement, because Cold Imbuement was actually really nice, right? I mean, the main thing is you have to put the Caltrops down because Caltrops are insane. The amount of multiplicative bonus damage that Caltrops give you. Oh shit, there's a second one coming. Oops. And boop. Like how much damage it can deal. You see, this is a scam, right? You have her technically dead, but you can't kill her because the game's like you can't. And then she actually dies on landing, right? So that's like the most stupid thing in the world. So what happens with Caltrops? Enemies and Caltrops take 10% increased damage from you, increased by 5% each, up to 91%. Look at the HP. Look at the HP. We can even stagger it. That's why we're throwing it again. I kind of always try to stagger it like here. We broke this now to a degree. And Rogue is so fast, right? See, Rogue is so fast, so nimble. You're just avoiding everything. In between, you just stack up your things. And worst case scenario, you just do that, right? You get your thingies. You get your freaking dark shrouds around you, as you can see. Wee! Wee! Whoosh. Rogue! Meow! Caltrops! Meow! So we're saying, like, no matter how good your build is, right, you struggle in the end there. But Rogue is just basically, look how fast Rogue is. I mean, I have boots that have movement speed and movement speed, but not even a greater affix movement speed, and I'm just, meow. Rogue is so fast, just existing. Lilith. What's your crit chance? Oh, I'm coming back. I can tell you. My crit chance is really low. Really low. So it is only 14%. And the reason is that the crit is coming from inner side is 25% crit chance as soon as you stack it up. Caltrops is another 10% crit chance. This is another 4% crit chance. That is another 8% crit chance. I think there was another crit chance somewhere, but yeah, you get like a 30%, 40% bonus crit chance from like literally existing, right? You exist and you get all that crit chance bonus. A Druid, yes, we wanted to also try out Druid and see if Druid can now do 100 pid. So that's what we're currently still like. We have done to pid 100 now in 2 minutes with Rogue. We have done it in 4 minutes with Necro because Necro is just slow because Necro. Not because it's like the boss fight was 9 seconds, right? So again, like a pid 100 boss currently with Necro is this. That's a pid 100 boss with Necro. It's just like the Rogue, right? You have 1 golem, you have 2 golems, and then there's the 3rd golem then. So that's a pid 100 boss, right? But actually getting to that point takes a while. I mean, the Druid is now better than ever because we should be almost at 80,000 HP just existing. So with Druid, we have been playing Pulverize. Oh, we're actually missing the ring right now. And you can see we're like at 50,000 life. And if we go outside the area, return perma bear form, we're already 61,000 with a ring, we're even more. This is beautiful. But Druid actually changed because you're now getting 20% max life, which is really nice. And you have your Pulverize be 30% multiplicative overpower damage. So we should actually be dealing quite the nice amount of damage right now, especially since we're going to go for clarity for our core and skills. Damage and critical strike chance is increased by 15% up to 45%. Just do this, and that, and then you... But it probably should be able to do 100. It would be nice after a few months you make more than a pit 100. No, I don't want to do more than pit 100. So you have to understand, the challenge is not pushing deeper into the pit. That's for you, Alistair. The only way how you push deeper into the pit, and this is something, this is a mindset thing, and you have to understand this simply. I have no fucking interest in going deeper into the pit. Do you know why? The only way how I get deeper in the pit is, matter of fact, finding double and triple greater affix items, which I have no interest in. And on top of that, I need to rework my chest until I get +7 Golem Mastery. It's not because it's pointless. I'm literally not able to go deeper until this chest says +7. And that's just down to gambling. So I could be doing 50 pits right now to get the materials. Then I burn through all the materials to get this to +7, and I might not have it. Then I do another 50 pits that are not deeper to get this to +7, and I might still not have it. Correct? And that's only one piece, so I would have to do it for this piece too. And only if I do that, right? Only if I get these 2 pieces up to +7, only then am I able to push deeper into the pit. Why would I want to do that? Right? Why in good God's earth would I ever do that? This is not farming items, Alistair. This is not farming items. This is straight away bullshit farm into gambling. So excuse me, Alistair, when I'm making pit 100 videos and when I give you builds, so my Necro build can do the highest pit possible. I am just not going to put in the farm. Why would I do that? My sanity demands that I don't do this. And for me, it's a pretty simple equation. It will ruin my fun. But telling others that they need to man up and push deeper, you know, that ain't it. I just want to make builds work and have fun. After the patch, you're not getting +1 per tier. It is +2. I mean, we can test this out. So we're currently going to go for a 100. So let's check exactly how much we're getting for a 100. Because we noticed that you're actually getting more materials now. Why would you push the pit when you get 0 reward? There is a reward, and it's a title at pit 150. Oh shit, I forgot to put my skill in here. I have 1 shout less, guys. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, because you can't just put bonus skills in, right? It should be fine. Like this is the 5 skill gameplay, okay? This is intentional. Just like to prove how stupid Barb is. Because you just don't even need all your skills. Right, chat? I mean, like, seriously, why would you play with 6 skills when you can play with 5 instead? Ha, laughable. You fools. Five is all I need. Your puny class needs 6. Class is a joke. Mm-hmm. Okay, that range on the jumpity bumpity is just insane. Like every single time when I'm leaping, I'm just like, that's not okay. I shouldn't be able to leap that far. Drummer, good to see you there, by the way. Reminds me of the good old 1 skill Bone Spear Necro, right? When you essentially, back in the days when you could go to Uber Lilith and you could kill Uber Lilith essentially just with Bone Spear. That's it. You put everything else out of your skill bar and you only had Bone Spear in your skill bar and you could just kill her. I mean, obviously, like considering best equipment and so on, but still. That's by the way how, oh, I don't actually know what hit me there. That's by the way how simple she used to be, right? You couldn't kill Lilith with your minion build. You were too squishy. I mean, in phase 1, you essentially have to not get hit by a single wave versus Lilith, and that's rather easy as a Necromancer. Then in phase 2, you just need to be able to walk out of the fireballs, which is... yeah, which is what it is, right? That's it. Which is. That's it. What I can say about that. So we need to see how many materials we're getting. Okay, before we kill the boss, we're gonna check our material count because chat is saying there's something changed about materials. You seem to be getting more mats now. Okay, we're currently sitting at we're at 137 Neath Iron, chat. Remember that? 137, just in case I go too close to the box. That's Scorch of the Land. He's the easiest one to kill. Thank you very much, Scorch of the Land. Love to have you there. Let me just stack more earthquakes under you. Thank you very much, too. Oh, I thought I would survive that. I was actually so greedy to, like, you know, oh, it's Shadow. No, I can't survive that because it's probably... Is it Shadow, Chad? Is it Shadow? Does it actually do Shadow? I mean, less materials, not more. Well, neither nor, neither more. If we're getting less, that's also worth investigating because we need to know how much less it then would be. You got stunned. You got stunned. Are we gonna run out of her? Nope. Why would you ever run out of that? Okay, that was now the 137. We got the standard 59, right? To get 59. Which means that a 105 should give us 65, correct?
I'm not ready yet.
Amulet, life on head. Then we're going to gamble for swords. No, I wanted to gamble for a good amulet. Nothing. That's obviously 59, correct? And now if we're going to do a 110, then we're obviously expecting 110 should be 11 more. Which is robbery, if you're not getting... Which would be the stupidest thing in the world, and I would assume a bug, because punishing people for pushing deeper is like just stupid. So now we're gonna go for 110, right, Chad? Or 110. What amulet are you gambling for? I mean, technically, one of the blood thingies or the crit thingy. So now we're going to go into a 110. And a 110 should obviously give us 69 material, right, chat? Because it's 10 deeper. Oh, by the way, yes, I saw your comments about like how it is, chat, but we need to show it, right? Show, don't tell. So which makes 100 the perfect one to farm, right? So wasn't there someone in chat just telling us to push deeper in the pit when the deeper pit gives you less material now? Sir? Did I hear that correct? You want us to push deeper, but the deeper gives us less? I am confusion because last time I checked, I was trying to get materials to masterwork things, right? But what do I know? I'm only making videos about Pit 100, it seems. Oh, by the way, tomorrow's video, guys, will be 5 builds that all do Pit 100 for every class, okay? I hope you're looking forward to that. I mean, we have the Barb video planned, so you're gonna get the Barb build, right? That one gets its own video because I think the Barb build is just super fun. But we also have a video planned like five builds, okay? That can do Pit 100 in 3 minutes. For the people that are still looking for it. With a Sork build, with a Druid build, with a... Oh, you know, I just remembered that we're doing 110. It was feeling like such an easy go-in that I completely forgot that we're not doing a 100. We're actually doing a 110. Oops. It was just feeling so smooth and we're doing so much damage. Completely forget about it. Weep. Gotta check the Diablo partner Discord if anyone actually complained about the materials already. Else I'll do it, chat. Don't worry. That's what we have that Discord for, to complain about things in a reasonable and humane way, though. You know, there's no whining. It's actually I'm rather surprised. Everyone is so behavey. No, usually like creators tend to be kind of entitled to a degree, and I have to say that in that creator Discord, it's one of the few ones where everyone is just like really kind of nice, and people are all just mostly want to see the game become better, right? There's no entitled shit going on. It's rare. You would be surprised how rare that actually is, or maybe you're not surprised. I don't know. When I do this thing now for 11 years now, and I've seen everything, right? From I can't play on this PC because the mouse is blue, to I need a certain chair or I won't stream at this event, to way other things. And worse shit. That when you're just showing basic normal human behavior as a creator, companies are already confused. You know? It's stupid, but most companies I've worked in the past 11 years for game promotions and everything, if you just show reasonable, normal human behavior, you deliver things on time, and you're not, you know, a cocky, arrogant asswipe. For some reason, all these companies are confused, and they're like, wow, we're not used to this. It's weird. I guess it has a lot to do with young people mostly. They usually don't give a shit if you're polite. You're actually very wrong. The amount of jobs I've essentially gotten in the industry simply because I'm a normal, reasonable, behaving human being is incredible. Over people with multiple times my numbers. Because at the end of the day, the people that sell you the campaigns and stuff, they're surprisingly also humans, right? They're only humans doing their job. This is the worst boss we could have gotten from all the bosses. Why? He's doing shadow, chat. And we have no shadow resistance. We have no shadow resistance, chat. Could you turn so I can actually see when you're doing that? Yep. Oh no! No! Sorry, chat. He was choking me. He was that bad. I win? Okay, so we're currently at what? We're at 93. Pick this all up. Oh no, I didn't see how much it was because I picked it all up straight away. Oh no, chat, how much was it now? I know we're at 260 now. Wait, I was at 196. 196, correct? 196. Yeah, I was at 196. So we only got 64. It was 64. Well, so you're getting robbed. That means pit 100 is 59 and pit 110 is 64. Ergo robbed. Great. That's good to know. It's bugged. I got 63 last run. And now I get 66 from a 115, not consistent. Yeah, so as I said, like if the difficulty is going up, but the rewards are going down, that's fantastic. That's exactly how you want a system to work out. You want to get punished for making progress. Because what else would you do? What else would you do? After 101, so 101 is still giving 60. That makes 101 the new best pit tier to do. How much do you get for an 1890? 1890 is 61 is 21, and then 90 is plus 29. Right? Yeah, I guess then we're doing 100 101s now. But I can only see this as a mistake on their side because we've already been very vocally complaining about that having a exponential difficulty gain, but then a linear or even less than linear gain of materials feels kind of bad. I mean, like if I can do a 110 over a 100, I feel like I should be getting 2 times the materials or something like this. I mean, the deeper you go, the more mats you need again per clear, because the clears are getting substantially harder. So every clear deeper you're able to do. I mean, you could even bind this to a time. I kind of feel like if you're able to do a pit in a certain amount of time, you should also get rewarded for that, which at least will give you a reason to do something faster, right? I mean, if you get a pit done with in a matter of 5 minutes or 4 minutes or whatever, or for every minute that's left, you get a bonus man. That'd be great. I mean, the only advantage of having it quick is, like, you just have to do less per. No, after doing a 110, a 100 again, everything below 110 feels like you're fighting puppies. You're fighting enemies made out of paper, right? Everything always feels like it's made out of paper. Paper Mario. I mean, seriously, like these opponents, they ain't real. I'm gonna be like through this here in a jiffy, and then I didn't even kill enough. With push for group content in the expansion, I hope they think about fixing this. We'll see. I mean, like first we'll get the new endgame content from season 5, so that is something we have to look at now, because season 5 is going to have some kind of new endgame content, right? Can't wait about making a video telling people why Pit 101 is the best to farm right now, just to have people tell you that they're still going to be farming deeper pits because obscure reason whatsoever. You know? Like, my favorite part is like, hey, sir, so Pit 101 is, like, from a mathematical standpoint, the best. And the answer is, I'm still going to be farming Pit 120 because my character is so good. Okay. Okay, sir. I'm sorry for telling you that you're wasting your time. But it's nice to know that your character is so good. Appreciate it. Are you so tanky? Well, I have 67,000 life. Then we're having damage reduction. So 67,000 life. 20% damage reduction. The Amulet of Bolcathis, which is another 38% damage reduction if I'm standing in an earthquake. Okay. If I do a war crime, I get another 20% damage reduction, 12% damage reduction. Sorry, 12% damage reduction when a shout is active. Then in the Paragon board, if we're going for damage reduction, I have damage reduction from while I'm healthy. That's a lot. Then we're having damage reduction from close. That's a lot too. Then we have damage reduction from vulnerable. Actually a lot as well. This is actually really a lot. Then we're having down here damage reduction from bleeding. And last but not least, we have damage reduction from close. And if I had enough points, I would actually put them in here as well for even more damage reduction from close. Yeah. So, yeah. How easy is it to get to level 100 and farm in-game content? It took me 7 hours to get this character to level 100. So, technically, around 10 hours to get to 100 most of the time. They made the game so easy now in the pit, then do deeper pits. Right? If you feel like the pit is too easy for you, if you feel like the pit is not a challenge, then just do it deeper. But what we could try out now, if you want to, chat, we could actually check how well the Holy Bolt Sork is doing. Because the Holy Bolt Sork wasn't able to do pit 100 before. Unless I would like masterwork things further. So we can actually try this a single time just to see out of interest. Get the Holy Bolt Sork, and I definitely don't know how to play this anymore. Did I say Holy Bolt Sork? I meant Frozen Orb Sork. Sorry, Frozen Orb. Sorry, chat. I don't know why I said Holy Bolt. I don't know what triggered that. We're talking Frozen Orb, not Holy Bolt. I'm not even sure where that came from. But like, seriously. Okay, so this is my Sork, and she throws around Frozen Orbs, so 101. She got to be able to do a 101, right? She can't do a 101. She's useless. I capped out at 89. So just for your information, I kept out at 89 with this build. And already 89 was kind of like harsh. Wait, what do my buttons do? Oh, I got it. Yeah, the damage is still not like super there. So what are you doing with this build is you're essentially just frozen orbing everyone and everything dies. Well, on top of frozen orbing everyone, you just never run out of mana. Okay. Kind of like really funny playstyle because you just have everything frozen and you just vomit over the screen and everything dies. And then you teleport and rinse and repeat. And you don't have to care that much about like damage reduction or anything because you're kind of like you're just having everything disabled at any corner. Right? So how do you make sure that they don't attack you? Well, the thing is I just freeze them. Right? So you just freeze them a lot. But as you notice, this is like not really quick. right? I mean, like, it's works. Most of my gear is still like only 8 times masterwork, so I don't have crazy gear on this person. Right, it's mostly 8 times masterwork. It's not even 8 times masterwork on the Tal Rasha, so I'm missing some. But I have like rather good gear. Wait. I mean, yes, they made the pit easier, but I think you're looking at it from like the people that complain about the pit being too easy look at it from the wrong perspective. The part of the pit that's easier right now is the part that allows you to finally get enough materials for 12 out of 12 masterworks without losing your goddamn mind. Right? For the average player. That's what has gotten easier. The pit deep dive itself is still hard. Right? So essentially only the part that should have been easy from the get-go so that you can actually get your gear 12-12. Only that part got nerfed. Which I'm absolutely fine with, because obviously I want everyone to be able to 12-12 their gear. I mean, imagine being stuck like at pit 61 because you can't get further, and like you never 12-12 your gear. I mean, being stuck at pit 61 though has other ramifications, right? But not everyone is just good at the game. People are actually bad at the game. Surprise. Things happen. But yeah, everyone should be able to at least enjoy the new system. Okay, we're able to get to the boss, but I'm not sure if we're actually able to kill the boss. It's gonna be a bigger question. And the problem is that you're doing a lot of things, right? But these things don't do a lot of things. So it looks like I'm casting like mad, because I am casting like mad. But that casting like mad doesn't actually do as much as you would like it to do. Okay. Flamesword is 61. Yes, Flamesword is 61 if you then go for the Immortal Flamesword. This is not an immortal build. Right? Again, going immortal with a sword takes quite some things to actually get there. You know what? This is actually reasonable damage. I thought this is going to be more aggravating. But you know what? It's fine. I mean, the problem is I'm gonna get an aneurysm in a second because like shit's just a lot, right? But hey, we might actually be able to pull it off. Well, it looks good, I guess. It's just like I don't know if anyone is like casting anything. That's like currently my issue. Just for the love of God, I don't see squad. No, I'm whoa. Okay, calm down there. Meanies. Yep, this is working. Huh. Paint me surprised, Chad, because I didn't expect to actually pull this off. I mean, not that I didn't think the build couldn't do it. It's more like I thought I would need more masterworks, and not that the change would instantly allow me to pull this off. But it seems like that the change actually allowed me instantly to pull this off, which is cool. Because that means the build that couldn't do pit 100 now can suddenly do pit 100, and I can farm materials more convenient. I mean, obviously, this is not a farm you're going to do. It's just now in the spectrum of possibility. Did we ever stop casting throughout this whole fight? Nah. And ladies and gentlemen, pit 101. Cool. Now the only one that's missing is Druid. Should we see if Druid can do it? Should we see if Druid can do it? Okay, so gear, we get Harlequin Crest, we get a normal chest with Flame Shield duration, but way far not enough to actually be immortal. Frozen Orb 5 ranks, you have T-Bolt's Will for the unstoppable bonus damage, mana cost reduction from Ezos, and I kind of didn't even make use of Ezos here because I forgot to evade to actually get more. Frozen Orb twice, and not even Masterworked enough to be worth it. Tarasha's Ring of Starless and Fractured Winter Glass. So this is absolutely B tier gear so far in terms of what I have together. I mean, my Isus has mana cost reduction though, so that's kind of nice. Okay, that is check mark though. So tier 100 is possible with a Sork as well, and it wasn't actually too slow. Now Mama Bear. Druid can do 120 before the patch. You can do 130s now. Yeah, the top doesn't matter. So the top 120, 130 is so different to 100 and 101. Right? I mean, like there's no comparison between those tiers and what we do here. Okay, we're gonna get the ring and ring. We are armored up. Yeah, we're armored up enough. We can have everything running. We get our weapon. See, like you notice, this is my least masterwork dude. It's like 4 out of 12, 4 out of 12, 4 out of 12, 4 out of 12. Like, dude has nothing. It's actually kind of sad, like how weak that shitter is.
I must wait a moment.
Of all my creations, I've put the least. Let's at least get his weapon, okay? At least get his weapon. Petrified duration. Cool. Now let's go over to so what changed about Druid? That Pulverize is doing more damage. That's literally what changed. Pulverize is doing more damage. Oh, and the Ring of Starless Skies get buffed, so that's a good thing. Good. 101. Do I have a potion of fortitude? It's like resourcefulness, so we're infinite. Okay, our HP is currently at 61,000. We have the... Ow. Let's do it again. I'm trying, Mom. Mom, I'm trying. I swear I'm trying. We're getting there. Okay? I got this. Okay, cool. So, that's bad. I mean, Pulverize is suffering, though, right now. Come on, let's go. We got this. Normal monsters. Oh, no. Ah, poison creeper. What you gonna do now? Okay, so let's forget about Druid. We tried. Chat, we tried. Druid didn't get better. Right? Druid didn't get better. No. All right, it's funny because my sword literally jumped 11 tiers just like that. The druid is probably can do the same tier as before. I mean, my barbarian cleared at tier 99 yesterday. That was good, and now I can, I guess, go up to 115. And with my Necro, I cleared a 120 just because I wanted to, right? I mean, Necro is just at a very nice spot right now. Didn't they add 87% more damage to Pulverize? Yes, and it will make Pulverize even better for leveling. But the problem with Pulverize is, so... How do I say this now? So the Overpowered Druid is actually a critical strike chance Druid that overpowers every now and then. It's not an actual Overpowered Druid. It's like the biggest scam of the century, where they make you think you're playing an Overpowered Druid, but you're simply not playing an Overpowered Druid. Because Overpowered Druid, like, you don't have what it takes to overpower. Ace was basically right that the buffs were kind of shit. I mean, he like, the buffs were never good, but they were good enough to make the things that you enjoy playing better. And Pulverize is better than ever. That doesn't make it suddenly good. It's just better than ever.
I need more time.
Right?
I'm not ready yet.
What are we doing here? I'll kill Tormented. Tormented Greg has always been my favorite plaything. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Tormented Burst.
I'm not ready yet. I'm out of fury.
I love to see it when like he loses like such a large portion of his life to the bleed. Look how fast it's going now. With the latest changes we did. You're so dead. Jeez. Jeez, that was good. That was good. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, you know what this is? It's a Doombringer. Chow, we got a Doombringer with a greater affix too. Oh my god. Hold my beer. What are the cons of this build? There are no cons. Well, it's actually the almost perfect magnum opus, with the only problem that it's a 0.2%. What do you mean with downsides? There are no downsides. This build is perfect. I'm playing Corpse Explosion Necro as someone the perfect build. The person that claims to have the perfect build was able to clear Pit 89 with it. 80? No, he was speed farming 80s. So you should be probably able to do 100s. The problem is Corpse Explosion is just trash right now because it scales bad. Yeah. That's it. Oh, shit. You'd be willing to use Magnum Opus. Well... I'm sorry. Is Minion Necker good for speedrunning too? So, let's compare two things, chat. Okay, this is the Barbarian going for a 101. Okay, take the Barb, drinking here a great elixir. To the question, is Minion Necro good at speedrunning? Okay, it's a very good question, and I'm happy you asked. What we're gonna do is a little demonstration. We're gonna play this beautiful bastard now. Going through.
Not ready yet.
Even with like low movement speed.
Not ready.
I don't have much movement speed. I have so few movement speed that chat started complaining why I don't have more.
Not ready yet.
I'm sorry for not being faster, man. Ow, 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 ow. Frozen, 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 frozen. Luckily, we have 60,000 plus life shenanigans, whatevers, right? So just remember everything you're seeing right now, okay? Everything you're seeing right now, remember this. Don't forget about it.
I must wait.
Oops, ow. Nah, they're dying. It's actually funny to, like, you know, after being already dead, the amount of bleed you're actually dealing is crazy, right?
I'm not ready yet.
They're already fixed and aerials. I don't think so.
I must wait.
Oh, really? Finding the laws of physics every now and then apply. This is your burb, right? Your burb is just burbing around. Nothing can like stop you. Nothing is gonna make you slow. You're just jumping over everything. You essentially bleed. You just bleed things, and then you just already off to the next spot. You don't even wait for these nerds to die, right? Just on the run. My favorite part is the one where you can just, like, you know, engage with every pack of mobs. So Quake. And you essentially just jump into them, right? Then you pull one rupture and everyone is already dead. The crazy part about rupture, go in, stun, rupture. Everyone has enough bleed to die. Stun, rupture. Everyone has enough bleed to die. Stun, rupture, stun. Oh, there, it's all the way down there. Robbery. That's you like going through things, right? Good. Now, let's get this done so we can swap over to the Necromancer. And we have actually the latest Necromancer build. So there is changes to the Necro into the in a paragon board. And we actually did already do the changes, okay? Already did the changes. You use a bleed skill that does very little physical damage. Why do you use berserk ripping? Because little do you know, but every single tectonic spike I create with my every single little tectonic spike that you create with your First Quakes is direct damage. For some reason.
Not ready yet.
Don't ask me why. So these spikes here, they're direct damage, and they actually do direct damage. Which means that if I can have them last for 15 seconds and they're going to be under a boss, they're essentially just continuously feeding into... Okay, that dude just one-hits me right now. As soon as the shaman just like empowers one of the two guys, they just one-hit me. Great. Great. Stop empowering your dudes, okay? Because I just really want to kill you right now. And we need to go for the necro. So despite, by the way, dying here many times, this is actually going to be very, very good for the demonstration that we're going for. No, Todd, that's not worth it, but thank you. Good. So that was essentially Barb, right? Bum. Let's pick up everything. Let's go out. I don't actually have to swap an item, so that's actually good. Heartseeker seemed faster and safer. This one is not unsafer. Just look at this. I'm currently not having the lightning resistance gem, my friend. Okay? It's not unsafer. I just have the wrong gem in. That's why I died to the lightning damage there so quick. That's our necro. Good. So, the Necromancer. Very, very strong class. Much wow. Sehr gut cowbell. Currently 45,000 life, 9,000 armor, like the whole package, right? We can drink an elixir of fortitude because else I'm going to feel terrible. Good. So, you do this, you curse, you wait for your golem to walk in, you pull things together. You summon stuff, so you get like thingies. You can go blood mist, so you're not targetable if you feel bad about it, right? Because else you might get stunned and die. You get targeted for no reason, but you pick up blood orbs because we're making blood orbs right now. Then you go on. All right, and I guess you already noticed to the topic of speed farming. Sure, you're killing everything, and it's not even hard, right? Like your golem goes in, and everything dies, and things die. But you're essentially like, I'm waiting for my lads to be back up. Then I need to go blood mist, or I die. We go on. Golem goes in, kills things. Does this look speed for you, right? Well, like your golem essentially one-hits things, so that's like the only nice thing about it. The thing is, in order to put speed into the farm, you're essentially gotta play something where you have more agency directly over your damage. Because right now, my agency I have over my damage is just bound to I can press the golem button and that's about it, right? I don't have more agency over my actual damage. I mean, this is also like a very bad one with all the stunts going on, so it can't like just randomly blood mist around because I need to be careful that I don't die. So despite essentially having the damage, right? Despite having the absolute destruction, like everything just gets destroyed, you could just get one hit by a random thing, right? So you could just get one hit by anything. Because you're necro. I mean, I could have blood misted there to avoid that, so don't get that wrong, right? But you're essentially able to get one hit by everything unless you're playing the safer version. I'm not playing the safer version right now. I played the rather greedy damage version.
I need more time.
The greedy damage version that could or could not sometimes get killed. But what does it matter? We're playing softcore, right? So max health doesn't matter. Disagree. Max health still helps a lot. In situations where you would die, but max health keeps you away from dying. Not everything one hits you. See that fire? I can survive twice or 3 times even. So yeah, like I guess you already understand my point about speed farming. Like I can finish the boss fight like in one big crit. So like the tier 100 boss is right now made out of paper. But that doesn't make my build faster. So the fastest I've been so far with Necro through a pit 101 has been 4 minutes and 30 seconds. So that's the fastest I've been. And that's literally just due to how Necro worked. I jumped the building 4 with a shield for added DR. Useless. Useless. Also way less damage. I mean, there's a Bone Storm version if you want to play it. Just be aware you are slower. And the DR is not doing much for you. It is safer though. We tried it out. There's essentially the version for people that don't want to die. So there's essentially the version, like the max damage version, where you just understand where to stand, right? It's always just a question. As soon as you get used to higher pit levels and positioning and whatsoever, there's every now and then still the moment where you die, but mostly you're gonna avoid most damage by just not being there, right? Plus minus the occasional dude who decides to just focus you instead of your minions. So now we're going for the boss fight. And as we said, the boss fight is usually the easiest part. We're summoning this. We're picking up our blood orbs because blood orbs are now multiplicative bonus damage. It's actually really cute. See, that was... Did you see that ulti? Did you see that ulti that just took away half his HP? Chat. Ta-da. So you can go fast through. You can do your thing, but as always, gotta get here first. You have to try Whirlwind. We already did Whirlwind. It was shit. Thank you. I know if you have all the items perfectly for Whirlwind, it actually does work, but that doesn't make the playstyle more fun. Okay? So my main reason to not play Whirlwind is just because, simple matter of fact, for me personally, the Whirlwind playstyle is kind of Whirlwind is buff though. Whirlwind is amazing, but it's shit to play. Have you actually tried playing Whirlwind? Do you know how annoying it is? Right? You gotta spin in circles though. Yeah, but I could instead just jump around and then just stab people with rend. We did try Whirlwind today, and I just didn't like it. I mean, right now I enjoy jumping in, having my rend go rend, right? Then explode things with rupture, then go on, and keep essentially doing that, right? Jump, rend, rupture, stomp, explodey, fun. I mean, right now we don't have lightning resistance, so that's kind of awful. We really don't have lightning resistance. That's awful times 10. That's what I enjoy the most. It's cool when you do, especially the part where you do like the bleed quake. So again, why are we doing all these earthquakes? So the earthquakes are giving us multiplicative bonus damage, right? Also, why is everyone lightning enchanted here right now? But the earthquakes are giving us multiplicative. Let's swap this gem for the lightning gem. The earthquakes are giving us multiplicative bonus damage, and every spike that's coming out of it, right? Every spike that's coming out of the earth, all these spikes, they are. Is there one? They're stacking the bleed up even more. I knew there was one. Let's take that one out. And now we finally have lightning resistance again. Dankeschön. Dankeschön. That was quite the sim thing. Let's say that.
See some steel you need.
Ta-da. Oh, 10 pure per second. No, that's perfect, actually. Have you tried Andy's Rogue? I have Daryl's Visage. I simply haven't played Andy's Rogue because I didn't want to make a Rogue just dependent on one Uber unique. Right? Whirlwind is not a very engaging playstyle. Exactly. I mean, for me personally, Whirlwind looks like an absolute bland and boring skill that I just simply don't enjoy using. That's about it, right? Sometimes you just don't like the aesthetics of a skill. Same reason for me using Flay, using Rend over Flay. I kind of like how Rend is, so I tried to make a build that uses Rend. I made a build that uses Rend, and it works, and it's actually really good, right? So I like the aesthetics of the skill. I liked how my character swang his blade around, and then I made it work. Sometimes it's simple as that, right? Look how much difference it makes when you suddenly have your resistances up, huh? That makes a difference. You speak German? Ist hier etwa Weibsvolk anwesend? No one speaks German here. I have been caught, Chad. Call an ambulance, but not for me. Okay, great. We were like, hey, let's do a very quick run. Chat, let's do a very quick run, huh? Huh? Surely we should be able to do a very quick run. You know what the problem with bleeding these tiny shitters is? That even if you bleed them, like even if they're fatally bleeded, right? Fatality. It is not enough. They'll still explode, right? They'll essentially bleed, like they'll bleed out. Yes. But while they bleed out, they're going to be like, oh no! Get shit on! You're like, but sir, that's so uncool. Right here, they're bleeding, right? But they still just follow you and try to explode into you. Gotta love that. But the main thing I find so funny about the build is where you run in, you stun him, you jump him, and then with one rupture and one blood explosion, everyone is so hardcore bled that they die. Right? It's like done. You're done. You have with one thingy done. And then you stand at the boss and you schnizzle schnazzle away at him, and you're stacking like your beautiful leaves on top of each other, and then you stack more leaves, and then you yell and do another leap, and then you stomp and do another leap, and then you yell and do another leap, and then you just rip the blood out of him, and then you're still standing AFK, and then you just make sure that you actually stagger him really, really quick, because why wouldn't you? And then you stomp, and then he's staggered, and then you keep like shnish snash, shnish snash, shnish snash, shnish snash, shnish snash, and we stack even more on top of each other. And then finish him with a little blood explosion. That's what I find like really engaging to play, you know? Todd, we actually went to the target dummy already yesterday and tried it. I mean, thank you, sir, for trying to help, for only trying to help. We already told you that we don't want your help, you know? We already told you why we're doing things, and the translation is good enough to work, especially it gives you also multiplicative more damage, my friend, you know? Gives you multiplicative more damage, 100% multiplier to all your damage. Okay. There's a reason we're doing this. Please accept it. It is nice, though, for you trying to help, but once you get told no, the moment where you can accept it, hopefully.
See some steel you need.
What are we gambling now? Technically, I have to replace the one-handed maces through one-handed swords. Yeah. It's technically what I need to do. Nothing. Is Necrominions the boring build that is available in Diablo? I don't find it necessarily super boring to play. I mean, Necrominions is super fun to level, and you can make it more active. If you're looking for a more active Necrominion build, look for Shadow Mages. Why is Shadow Mages more active? That is because you're dancing around and you're throwing blights in, okay? So the normal minion Necro is currently just waiting for the golem, slamming the golem in whatsoever. The other minion Necro is dancing around and throwing blights in. The biggest problem with Necro is that as soon as you step too close to an opponent and they look at you, you die. You know, I'm playing here at Barb right now with almost 70k HP, right? And it was really easy to get that 70k HP together. I mean, I can just masterwork my freaking grandfather further, and I'm going to be at 70k. I can masterwork these further. I'm going to be at 70k. I can masterwork this further, and I'm going to be at 70k. So it couldn't be easier for me to actually get HP together. I mean, it's super fucking stupid, actually, how I get HP together. Right? Fugazi, one thing I respect about you is that a lot of other guys clearing high tier pits get a lot of help from the communities. There's nothing wrong with that, Fugazi. I know that a lot of the creators are essentially, they're doing tons of bosses with their community and they're getting all that gear because they're farming stuff. But they also have different goals, right? Some people do really want to push deep in the pit. I don't care. I want to make fun builds. I mean, if we're looking at our content already, as you say, that we have made so many different builds, we have Necro builds, we have the Sork build, we have the Rogue build, we have the Barb, and Barb actually 3 different builds. We have the Pulverized Druid, we got the Bone Spirit, right? We had the Bone Spirit, we did the Blood Wave. Yes, chat, we made a build around Blood Wave. It's fantastic. There's a lot of experimentations. There's a Bone Spear summoner as well. Yes. We did a whole live stream where we just talked about blood builds, and that was actually crazy. We even tried to make a basic skill Necro work. Yes, chat, a basic skill Necro. It was shit. It was shit. Okay? Basic skill necro was ass. Didn't work. We tried. Don't do it at home. Don't do it at home. If you want to push pit, it's expensive. It takes a lot of grind. Exactly. I'd rather make a new fun build for someone who doesn't want to push, to give them something enjoyable to play. Barb again is the top tier class. Barb will always be the top tier class. There's no way that Barb will not be the top tier class. There's never going to be a scenario, unless the Spiritborn is OP, where Barb is not going to be the top tier class, okay? No matter what. And might it be just for the fact that I literally could yesterday do a pit 89 before the changes by throwing together 5 random skills and it just works. Have you tinkered with the Bone Spirit Necro since the patch yesterday? I have not had yet the time. I do have all the equipment to tinker around with it, so we will definitely return to the Bone Spirit Necro, don't worry. Because the Bone Spirit Necro actually changed in a way there where it's going to be fun. Like you will see a lot of videos from me in the next coming days, but I need to also like keep some videos for the time I'm on vacation, right? My greatest fear currently is that they decide on Monday to release the PDR. So not this Monday, next Monday. That they're just like, hey, here's the PDR. Whoop, whoop, whoop. See, that's what Barb, for example, is boring at, this build. So this build is really, works really nice in the, works really nice in the pit. But for these, like, single monster concentrations, like going around and slapping them silly, that doesn't feel as good as my other builds. You know? This is where the double swing Dust Devil felt better because you were just going around shouting at enemies. Remember right now I'm just walking in a circle though and just blasting things. Why are we doing this? Well, we're trying to currently get a little bit more Angel Breath. Because I'm so heavily out of Angel Breath that it's not even funny anymore. So heavily out of Angel Breath. Yeah, with Dust Devil and Whirlwind, you would definitely be having more success in that content, especially if you have Turiel's Might. I think it's not down to Dust Devil. Honestly, it's just down to Turiel's Might. I mean, if like just put in Turiel's Might, right, in this build too, and then just be happy about the thingies going out. Just in case you have Turiel's Might, Chan. If you don't, why are you even playing the game? Come on now, bruh. Loved how they changed the nodes on the Paragon board. That is my favorite change. I think it's a change that a lot of players do not appreciate because they don't literally like dive deep enough on the Paragon board, right? But yes, the Paragon board change is my absolute unchallenged favorite change yet. It is so good. It's so powerful. It makes worlds of a difference, right? Oh, that was 3 Angel Breath. Thank you very much. And yes, we need to farm Angel Breath, chat. Without Angel Breath farm, we're screwed. You're fighting the Angel Breath shortage. I feel it's silly that Angel Breath is the resource for so many things. I mean, like, simple matter of fact, there should be one resource for one thing. Sorry. Like, there shouldn't be. Angel Breath is for enchanting, for crafting potions, and I don't know, for like asking your wife for a sandwich. Right? It's simply not. It shouldn't be like doing all of these things. Just bullshit and just stupid. But enchanting already costs all my money. I'm not sure why I'm actually need materials for enchanting where enchanting costs already all my money. Right? Just literally let me enchant. The only thing I guess why they have enchanting cost money is they don't want people to just enchant their life away, right? Like if you with the materials, you're working against people's gambling addiction, right? Because you're like, you're out of materials. Well, you can't gamble further. Because let's be real, if there was no stopping some people, they would just gamble. Like they have 1 million, they would just gamble 1 million away. What's the best way to farm Opticide? You do the highest pit with Neath Iron you can, and then you're downgrading your Neath Iron into Opticide. Why is that so efficient? Because the downgrade is a 1, 2, 3. So 1 Neath Iron is 3 Ingolith, and then 3 Ingolith are 9 Opticide. Ergo, if you farm Neath Iron, you get a lot. Not a little bit, a lot. Okay? Like a lot. Like a lot.
I must wait.
Just break your 3GA. Why do you have even a 3GA item? Where do people have all their 3GA items from? You should have sold that 3GA item, FY. So mistake number 1, using a 3GA item yourself, you fool. Just sell it next time. You should have known better than to dare the RNG gods. Look, Mom, an amulet. At least we're getting a good amount of angel breath from this, so that has me happy. I went through 100 million in 2 minutes. Yep. Sometimes it goes this way. I mean, I traded 1 item for 1 billion money, chat, and that is already 2 weeks ago or so. And since then, I've been living off that money, and this is actually the rest of the money for this season. But if I hadn't traded this item, if I hadn't found this item with 2 greater affixes, I would have been screwed for the rest of the season. Because I barely had any money left, and farming money is probably the most boring, if not the most boring exercise in all Diablo. Like, I really don't want to farm money. Like, I'd rather, like, I don't know what, watch paint dry. The Helter Chest give? Yes, they do. And the Wolf Honor. You trade an item for 2.5 billion, and yeah, that should be enough, right? Oh, I know how to get Angel Breath. That's the question is not how to get Angel Breath. The thing is, you still have to do it, right? It's not the how. It's more the that you have to actually do it instead of doing whatever is fun, right? Anything else but. Found a Malice Exploit Amulet on my Rogue. I spent 200 million trying to get Frigga's Finesse on it. It's still only +1. I mean, still, you get a killer amulet now. Is there a planner? The planner is in our latest YouTube live stream. There is not a video about this build yet. It is a build that's using our good old Rend together with Violent Rend, and then we get Ground Stomp, Rallying Cry, and War Cry, currently over the Harlequin Crest, together with Leap, and Leap making us a Berserker continuously. And then we get Rupture with a bonus attack speed and Cut to the Bone for the bonus bleed. So we can always bleed people, right? We get more crits, and then we also get Gushing Wounds. We could technically go for Wrath of the Berserker. We actually tried that out yesterday. The problem with Wrath of the Berserker is that against bosses, you're not really getting it often. Correct? The only advantage about Wrath of the Berserker is, since Wrath of the Berserker gives you more damage, that you could kind of go for some little infusion of Super Bleed. Right? For me, PoE, Last Epoch, and Grim Dawn are so much better. However, I keep coming back to D4. I like all the action RPGs, but I can tell you that for me personally, the one that gives me the most satisfaction to play, graphically, gameplay-wise, and with the things I can experiment, is Diablo. I like the other games, but they all have a level of hardship that Diablo doesn't have. And end of the day, I know a lot of people are playing for the struggle, but I play my video games for fun. I'm an idiot, I know. So I play this to have fun, to enjoy myself, right? To just have a good time. And that's where that's what the other games are not necessarily always giving me, right? They are fun too, and they're giving me a good time too, but there's also a level of struggle to sometimes playing them because the struggle is intended, right? I mean, last Epoch, after a while, I'm just sick of having, like, of all the items dropping. I don't know how to make that clear, right? But every, like, the PoE and last Epoch, they, like, at some point, I'm just sick of the items dropping. I know the games are intended that way. I have a loot filter to only see what I need. Still, though, it is so much loot because the games are made like that, right? And at some point, you just, my eyes hurt from all the blinky lights, right? Diablo had the same problem, but at some point, I just ignored the loot completely without ever picking it up again. But even compared to old Diablo times, like these games splurge out so much more loot still, right? It just gets exhausting. I don't know. That gets me to the point where I get really tired when I play these games because they're sometimes visually so overwhelming with everything what's happening and so on. I always found Diablo to be relatively clean, if that makes sense. Especially if you turn off the damage numbers in the game. Okay, so if I turn off the damage numbers here in Diablo right now, and I'm essentially just playing, right? The game is very, very pleasing on the eye. And especially if you're playing hours and hours and hours and you're talking to the community, right? You're trying to focus, you're trying to do things. Action RPGs can be extremely exhausting. Like, right? Like, whenever I played last Epoch, at the end of the day, I was done. Whenever I play Path of Exile, no matter how much fun it was, right? At the end of the day, I'm literally done. My mind is fried from everything, right? After a day of Diablo, I'm just like, the game might be a bit more no-brainer than the others, but that's also what I enjoy. Right? I can try hard if I wish to try hard. I can try out new things that are a bit more challenging if I wish to. Or I could just play my Barb here right now, where I'm essentially just going around, rend, flick, flack people. Okay, come on, 3-minute clear. Chat, 3-minute clear in a 101. Do it faster. Stop running away, you little shit. Stand still at 1 point. No, 9 seconds. More cowbell. More cowbell. You thought you had me, but you don't. Okay, almost. Okay. Can I get gear that's higher level than 18? Nope. I mean, you can put a gem in for level 90 and then it's level 90. Ryan? Someone tried to call me. I have my phone on silent. Who tried to call me? Unknown number. So yeah, that's just generally Path of Exile. I will play Path of Exile 2 though, so you'll definitely see me play these games, right? Path of Exile 2 is something I have on my list of things to do. Just like, gotta see where that is. Okay, guys, quick question for you. What would you rather have tomorrow or the coming days? Should we do that video where we go all 5 builds we have currently for Pit 100 clearing with all 5 classes? Or would it rather be this build here in a video completely? And I'm definitely going to do a Necromancer 120 clear. That's going to land in a video soon for the people that are interested and what the Necro does currently. And we're going to have a Rogue one with like Rogue 2-minute clears, where we once again explain Heartseeker, because a lot of people still don't understand Heartseeker completely. I was like, that's like a little bit what we have planned. We need to do another tips video now after the pit is robbery, right? Because the pit currently, Chad, is betraying you when you clear deeper pits than 101. So if you clear pit deeper than 101, you're technically, for farming purposes, you're an idiot. We said it, we're not taking it back, right? Why is that? Well, because the pit is lying to you, and the current material gain is abysmal. Ow! Lasers! Ow! Aha, you didn't have your damage reduction, friend. That's an interesting question. If I bleed the enemy and then the damage reduction dude walks onto the bleeding enemy, does he save them from death, right? Does the bleeding damage get reduced if that dude afterwards run on them? I think it does, right? Oh, Jesus, I got myself stunned. World Boss in 10, another World Boss? Jeez, we've played a lot today. It's kind of like surprised now. We already, like, usually we do like 1 World Boss per day. We've been grinding a lot. We should be doing more Elden Ring preparations. Whirlwind with Leap to keep the Berserking up. Yeah, that's what we're doing right now too. The Leap is a very nice tool of Berserking. I mean, we used to play the double swing, right? But having Leap to like keep Berserking up is fantastic. You could also take a Berserking duration in the Paragon board. So there's 2 nodes for Berserking duration, which are actually, or like not 2 nodes. 1 node with 2 points for Berserking duration. It just makes it like that 1 second longer that you're having like the perfect overlap happening. And you anyways need the Berserking damage from that node, unless you have some Berserking on your weapons, right? What's a Berserking damage multiplier? Oh, this is so much fun. I just say Ground Stomp is the one skill where I thought it's like a complete stupid skill that is just shit, right? Why would you ever play Ground Stomp? And now that I have been like playing it more and have been like, you know, especially when you do these engagey scenarios where you jump into the enemies and be like, oh, stomp, the fuck, right? It's been so useful. Just pure love.
I'm not ready yet.
Like, see, you walk into this and you're like, stop, nerds. It's just too good. The Iron Maelstrom build. I've not dabbled with Iron Maelstrom, no. We has not dabbled this the maelstrom. I hate that. I hate this boss who just literally walks backwards out of everything. Wait, are you doing shadow damage? Was that just shadow damage? Did he just one boop me with shadow damage? I think he did. That's not shadow damage. He's doing like ghost damage, isn't he? I really need to make sure that I get more shadow damage. Yeah, that just hurts a little bit too much to be comfortable about. One jump, yell. Two jump, stomp, jump, yell. Another jump, boom. Pull the blood out, kill. Were you running Shaco or the Godslayer? Shaco. Dynamite. Where's Ghost Resist? Exactly. Would Stomp plus Hota work similarly? You mean when you're going instead of Rend now? Or what do you mean? Stomp plus Death Blow. Oh, so you're saying if you now go for Ground Stomp and Leap and you're stacking the things and then you go Death Blow? Sure, that would work. I mean, this thing can be used by everything, okay? So again, what we're doing is we're leaping, we're ground stomping. Leaping and ground stomping does two things. We're getting a multiplier of 25% to all our damage, and then we're getting a damage reduction of 38%. So 25% and 38% damage reduction. And then on top, for every single earthquake below you, you're getting a 10% multiplicative more damage. If you're stacking 8 earthquakes, that's you dealing 80% more damage. Just like that. Just for stacking the things. And you're stacking the things anyways because they're doing stun, stagger, slow, knockdown, berserking. They reduce actually the ultimate cooldown reduction if you wanted to, if you were playing an ultimate. Yeah. Seems like too good to not. What you could technically add to the build, so if we would drop the Grandfather, since you're using the Ground Stomp, you could actually add... There's the aspect of Skullbreaker. Stunning a bleeding enemy deals 40% of their bleeding amount to them as physical damage. What? Yeah. So if you then consider that you jump in, you rupture, everyone gets bled, and then you ground stomp them, technically you would do a lot, right? Do you know if the Bone Storm Shield is bugged? Bugged in which way? Bugged in which way? Also, if you have any question, guys, ask away right now. That's what we're standing AFK for. I'm checking quickly the partner Discord if anyone is complaining about Sticky and Stones. So, most fun level 100 build post patch, to level 100 or on level 100? I would still say Heartseeker Rogue is for me unquestionable the strongest one. I'm not getting shield, only 8k from 60k. I mean, there's a world where the shield is not working correctly, yes. Just get Andariel's. Andariel's works. Andariel's is beautiful. I mean, I have mine here right now. The problem is that Andariel's Visage currently... Where's Andariel's? That Andariel's Visage currently has one problem. It is supposed to trigger on the enemy that it triggers on, but I don't think it still does that. It still triggers on you. Right? When should you use Grandpapa? Grandpapa is good to push your crit up. I mean, right now I have 3,000 critical strike damage with Grandfather. And without Grandfather, I am at 1,000. If I then put on the respective weapon, I don't know where my weapon is, but I have a sword that I can put on, so yeah. But Grandfather brings me currently up to 3,000, which is kind of good. Use it if you have space. It works without it, though. We tried it, right? It's just nice damage because more crit essentially is more bleed. Max summon a Necromancer and Frozen Orb Sork. Looking for something new to keep me entertained. Try Heartseeker Rogue. How can I masterwork? The option does not seem available. In order to masterwork, you need to clear tier 46 pit, tier 46 Nightmare Dungeon, and then you can start going into the pit. And as soon as you can start going into the pit, masterworking is unlocked. Okay? But without being able to do in the pit, you can't masterwork anyways because you need the pit materials. Oh wow, that's another lucky hit chance to vulnerable amulet. They're so rare, and suddenly I'm getting them left, right, and center. Now I have all the gear, attempt masterwork on all my items. Now I want to try another build with minions and golem. Whose build do you recommend now? You're damn hard not to die. I mean, Funky, if you have a problem dying with a golem necro, or if you're scared of dying with a golem necro, I would recommend the one-hand and offhand golem necro, because the one-hand and offhand one had so much damage reduction. This was actually incredible. So we were using Harlequin Crest in that, Heart and Bone on Amulet and whatsoever. The problem with Necromancer is that no matter how safe you are, no matter how good you are, no matter how well things are working. So what happens with Necro Chat? You're walking around, your minions are in front of you, your minions are tanking the enemy, and then suddenly everything will turn around and just focus you. So everything could be going perfect. Everything could be going fantastic. And life could in fact be great. But there's always the danger of enemies just turning around and eating you. Right? And nothing you can essentially do about it. The safest you are as a Necromancer is if you're playing the...
How shall I guide my hammer?
If you are playing the...
Use it well.
Blood Mist Necro. I'm never going to make it in 13 seconds. So any kind of Blight, Blood Mist shenanigan is always the safest. When is Holy Bolt's back? They're working on it. So the latest update is that they threw on a tiny hotfix, but that hotfix didn't solve the problem completely. So it's still disabled. Mr. Duanak, thank you very much for the brand new subscription and the follow. Appreciate it. Howdy, partner. Howdy, everyone. Greetings to all of you, chat. Happy to see so many of you still being pumped for Diablo after all these weeks. Shadow of the Erdtree coming in 3 days. That's what you would see for a couple. But as soon as the Season 5 PDR drops, chat, you can expect me to essentially Season 5 PDR like there's no tomorrow. I was too late. So we're going to be Season 5 PDR like there's no tomorrow. That being said, I'd say we're going to cut the stream now off here so I can actually do a second video. Not for today. It's going to be for tomorrow. So thank you for watching and coming. Thank you for lurking and hanging out. I will make the Barbarian video in the next 2 days latest. But the guide, the build planner, is in the description of the YouTube video that's going to go live in 30 minutes roughly. That's the VOD of this stream. Until then, until tomorrow, have a great good time. We'll definitely be playing more Diablo. Either it's going to be Necro tomorrow, or yeah, probably Necro tomorrow, because we haven't played Necro in a while to try some more things out. Have a good one. Have a great one, and see you there.